And we started our episode right out of the gate with something from a little while ago. Commander Zora calling in Jolson, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So, Jolson, this is a little bit after the last episode. A little bit after, yes. And you are called to the briefing room where Commander Zora awaits you.
Hello, Commander.
Good evening, Jolson. Thank you for coming today. I just want to clarify a few events on my official report to the Admiral about your actions aboard the casino station.
Okay.
So you were inquiring information from one of the bartenders, and then you were called away shortly. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
In your own words, could you describe the events that happened? I didn't get the full story when I asked for the debriefing, and just little clerical things. I want to, make sure I have all my T's crossed and my I's dotted, as you would say.
After talking with the bartender, I was under the impression that she would have more information about possible wheels and deals going on the station. And she wanted to speak in private, and before I could inform the rest of the away team of my whereabouts, she required me to go with her, and I could not inform the rest of the away team without blowing my cover.
I see. And real quick, empath check. Are you telling me the truth?
I'm gonna put my finger on absolutely not. Or lies of
I'm saying as much of the truth as I can.
Got it.
I'm definitely withholding.
Mr. Jolson, it's very hard for people to hide information from me, so if you're holding anything back, now's the time to tell me.
Okay, it was the intention of the bartender and myself to engage in romantic activities in exchange for information.
Oh, I see. I didn't know you were willing to go such to great lengths.
I wasn't going to consummate such relationships, but merely getting into the bedroom whom I found has loosened a lot of lips.
So you've done this before?
Not me specifically.
Oh, a former host?
Yes. It's a skill I haven't used in a while, but I figured I could dig it up for this particular mission in hopes of finding more information. Obviously, it did not go as planned.
What exactly happened?
It appears that her romantic interest SME was a fraud, and as soon as we got to record her, she attacked me. I defended myself, alarms went off, and I did what I could to mitigate such damages.
I see.
Occupational hazard when doing such tactics.
Very well. A suggestion for the future: you're not in any trouble. Seems we got away scot-clean, as you would say. Be sure to let someone know where you're at, in case things don't go as planned again.
That would be preferred for everyone involved.
Very well. You're dismissed, Commander Bond.
Nice.
And with that, I leave.
Does Jolson know who James Bond is?
Oh, there's always the more movies. Commander Zora, is there any downtime actions to be done before we get started? I believe you were saying earlier you wanted to work on something else as well, or? Go over intel reports. Give me Insight Security difficulty 2. You can be assisted by the ship's computer security since you have access to the ship systems. Yeah, really, Jolson.
Like every one of us went to school on Earth. I'm pretty sure we're at least glancingly familiar with Earth culture.
I mean, that's
Kid
fair.
threat. An investigation for a focus.
Sure. I've even got title screen. I'm getting a threat already. That's 2 momentum gain. And Commander Zora, you're aware from the intelligence report of the across the fleet of the 10th Research and Development Auxiliary that the experimental area is coming together nicely. There's been a few road bumps that some ships have run into, but largely it's been handled. There is rumors that the Owl Nomad Supreme Armada, the tacit trade friends of the Federation, are somewhere nearby, but they're not in the experimental area. And what else? I believe there's another thing I mentioned that should be. Oh yes, there are, and the Victoria, the USS Victoria is still in operation. It's just speeding. It's doing a lap of the entire experimental area, not in a patrol route. They're just doing it as fast as possible, and they're checking in with ships along the way. So the Fredericton has seen them, the St. John has seen them, the Tenjin has seen them at long range. But and the last thing, the speaking to the Kalians from before, they seem the St. John has been cleared by the end of it all, as you know, and they are perfectly happy for Starfleet to leave them alone and stay away from them, which the fleet is perfectly happy to do. Is there anything in particular you want to dig into with a momentum? Nah? Alright. So that is Zora doing her downtime. We'll move on to... Is there anything that Nadal would want to work on? The good captain.
I mean, other than paperwork and reading over files, not particularly.
Okay. And you got a communication of orders and such. So we'll resolve that after the title. At the title, I should say. Jolson, you
Yep.
wanted to work on your research, as I recall, regarding what the Victoria encountered just after its before its valiant rescue efforts.
Yeah, it was like just outside the station.
So there are
Just
some
outside.
there's some material that was found, some raw ore that could be, as I recall, it was something that could be used as thermal material, that metal that the Victoria uses for its engine, which could be used for other things, as was discovered by the android Alan. You can give me a research plus research. Let's try that again. A reason plus science. Difficulty of 3, and this will add toward an extended task that will go from episode to episode.
Quantum mechanics focus,
Yeah, I'll give you that.
and would testing a theory talent work?
You haven't succeeded with it yet.
Okay.
But if it comes up again this episode, it would apply.
In that case, I'm gonna go bold science. Take a threat. I'll take an extra dice.
Cool. And you can be assisted by the ship computer plus science.
Ship computer. Computer plus what?
Science. Okay. You gain 2 momentum. Roll for me your science discipline plus 2 in challenge dice. I believe that I want to say that's 7.
That is 7.
Okay. You have achieved a breakthrough in that this is a material that is likely going to be found in the in somewhere elsewhere in the Shackleton Expanse. There have been reports of similar metals and unidentified asteroids that conform to what you're looking into. So this means that, and this also means that the fleet will be on the lookout for it now because they know that you are interested. And other ships are probably going to help you with it as well to try to see what it is, to try to help you get this project off the ground. Because if this metal can be, that all the science officers across the fleet are interested in this metal because it's a higher heat metal. You can dump a lot more into it. It could be used possibly as a new ablative armor.
Okay.
But you also know that from that same breakthrough that this is a thing. This is a metal that the Al Nomad are familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a lot more research to go yet. Actually, do you want to spend any momentum for extra question to delve into that?
Yeah, I'll spend a momentum.
Oh, actually, you're a science officer. You get a free question.
Yeah, I get a free question anyways.
I took you off the board too soon.
How much?
On the table.
How much of this material is available? Within the Narendra. Yeah, within the Shackleton Expanse. Or how?
There are 77 known places where this metal has been detected.
Any of them in particular open zones away from habited or claimed space?
Most of them.
Okay.
They seem to be quite a distance from most habitated areas. They seem to only reside in deep space.
Okay, so we could easily pick them up without out anyone waving flags or shooting us.
Theoretically.
Okay.
Any other questions you want to spend for?
Not at this moment.
Oh, okay. Going down the line, Gearix.
Yes.
What did you want to work on?
I want to look into modifying the holo projectors to see if we can use them to create images of things that are not starships.
This is going to be part of an extended. We're going to make this a reason engineering difficulty 3.
Okay, I'm assuming my holography focus will apply here.
It does. And you can be assisted by the ship's computers plus engineering.
When'd you pick up a
Ruby.
holography focus?
With my last milestone.
Nice.
I thought it might come in handy. All right. I will go ahead and spend momentum as well.
Okay.
Gonna re-roll that complication with cautious. And you said computers plus what for the computers plus engineering for the ship?
Correct.
Okay, well, let's still hit the difficulty.
Okay. Give me a your engineering score plus 2 in challenge dice. You discover that one of the you do get a breakthrough so far. You discover that one thing that can be done without too much modification is simple objects, squares, spheres, cones, 3-dimensional objects. You can make those pretty easily and stable at large scales. And so you have the theoretical of, okay, we can make a 3-dimensional thing that isn't just a starship. Now the trick is making it, being able to make, say, like a tree or something more complex that holds its shape out in space and can be moved around safely.
Got it.
Yes, everyone's stress should be reset because new episode for one, and usually that resets at the end of every scene. Typically. Any questions you want us to ask on top of that, Gearix?
No, let us bank the momentum for now.
Okay. And to you and Jolson, just to remind both of you, we'll be tracking this along the way. So the next time you do this, it'll be a less difficulty because you both achieved the breakthrough at this stage.
Neat.
And we have Dunnan.
Yes.
What were you hoping to achieve with some of the downtime? Because it's been, and for those watching, it's going to be like some 30 days, almost a month before the next episode. So that's why there's plenty of time for downtime actions.
I wanted to get in general meetings with all of the crew to establish like baseline profiles.
You can give me insight or reason medicine.
Psychiatry.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that.
We all float down here.
I just wanted to check. So,
Yes,
I'm
that was a line
kinda
for me.
iffy. I'm kind of iffy if practice makes perfect would help here.
What's the talent do again? I forget.
Once per scene after the character has succeeded in a medicine task related to the treatment of a patient, reduce the difficulty of the next medical task relating to that patient by 1.
It's once per scene though, is the downside. By the time the title rolls, it'll be a new scene.
What was the difficulty again?
Difficulty of 2.
Yeah, I'll use a momentum.
You gain yourself 3 momentum. And...
2. I spent 1, so I only gained 2.
Oh, that's true, yeah. But you have created the advantage of a psychological baseline for the crew. So you know what the Tenji crew is supposed to be like in the event of any psychological trauma for the next little while. General mood of the Tenjin, I will say, is that it is everyone seems pretty stable of the crew. Everyone's pretty happy with their job. There's some people are on edge about the whole Al Nomad thing, but the Tenjin hasn't been in a fight. None of the ships have been in anything larger than a skirmish, so no one's really worried about being hurt. All in all, it's your standard Starfleet crew. But as counselor, you do get a freebie question regarding the mental state.
How do the crew feel in general about the performance of the senior staff?
They have every confidence in the captain. They've worked with her before. She was the captain for the ship, even before she did a brief stint on the Victoria. So they're used to her, and they like her. Zora, everyone's a little nervous about, but then again, she's known as the fleet intelligence officer, so everyone is kind of, what does she know that we don't sort of attitude. But again, they know who she is. They're used to her. They're not used to her being the XO. They're used to her usually staying in the admiral's section of the ship. As for everyone else, including yourself, the crew's uncertain. You're all high-ranking officers for the most part. Most of you have a pretty good reputation. But they personally don't know you guys very well, and they're still getting used to you. Do you wish to spend momentum for further query?
I don't think so.
Okay. And of course, Wash. Is there anything you wanted to work on over the last 30-some days? Since you almost were transferred to the Victoria, but you really haven't been able to because they keep being too far away.
Yeah, and I've seen that before. I've been through that before, so it's like no big deal to me. While I'm on this ship, I'm still going through and making sure to go through many simulations, just in the sense of whether we're one ship in its power consumption or split up into 3 or whatever in its power consumption, and how flight maneuvers and how it flies during those changes, etc.
Give me a reason con difficulty 2, and you can be assisted by the ship's con plus engines, I'll say. Or con plus computers. I don't know if that's better for the ship or not.
If somebody could help me with this ship, I got me.
Well, if he's running simulations, then it would make sense that it would be the computers assisting him.
It could be either way. Either he's looking at the computer simulations, or he's actually doing drills with the ship.
Yeah, that's true.
Depends which one's better for the ship. Which one the ship's better at doing.
Right, multitasking, attempting the override task. Positions characters con discipline is to discipline. Normally require the task. Oh, it's still a con regardless. Okay, never mind. That wasn't. The reason was what I was trying to fix, but I already got cons. So that's already taken care of. Oops.
Hooray, no questions.
right? Helm operations or small craft for lead by, or sorry, for focus.
Helm operations.
Excellent. And then let's see. Since it's a reason thing, I definitely am going to buy 1 dice for threat, and that's it, because I just want to be able to have a reroll, but I don't feel like I need to spend kind of thing. So,
Okay.
come on, let me roll the die. There we go.
Cool. Good thing you have the reroll.
Oh no. My mouse might need to. Oh,
Okay.
well, at least it's not a complication. Okay. Yeah, and basically any positive information, it's one of
Oops.
those where you add or work onto those. Any negatives,
I gave the momentum to the wrong person. My bad.
see. So I say no way?
You say yes. You're letting me
Oh,
steal
I
it.
say yes. Oh,
Denied.
gotcha.
See how it is.
Oops, hit the wrong button. Try again. Oops.
It's just gonna stay there now. Forever marked.
There you go. It's done. You can have it.
Fine.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, Alan Washburn should have just always 1 momentum, just always, just for being
That's-
Washburn.
The ship is Engines Con or Computers Con.
He would have got brownie points for being named Hogarth, but he's not, so I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, one
cool.
more momentum. Wash, you have created the advantage of recently practiced multi-vector maneuvering. So if the ship goes into multi-vector mode, you're already kind of warmed up, and everyone else has has done drills recently in how the ship should handle during that period.
Excellent. I'll put that in my equipment kind of thing.
Do you wish to spend any momentum for extra information regarding the multi-vector system?
Oh, it'll be one of those where I'm working on the simulation, and I will come across, like I said, the positive things that we definitely can work and improve on, and then the negatives. It's kind of like the ones that you like. Okay, this is never going to work. Don't even think about trying that until we fix it. But these we could maybe change around, and then I feed that information to maybe whether it be science or engineering to.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully have them be able to help me ask questions with those yeah. Anything anybody want to know? Any questions about the multi-assault vectoring?
So extending to the engineering and science departments. Is there anything you guys have a question about, since Khan is revealed, has done thorough drills and testing?
Since we have multi-vector assault mode, how would the sensors work in multi-vector mode? Could we use the 3 parts of the ship to triangulate on particular or hairy signals, or do some
GPS
do some-
lockdown.
yeah?
Neat.
I'll answer that for a momentum.
Yes.
What you can do with multi-vector when you're deployed, you can do a check. It would be a reason sensors difficulty 3 check, but you could basically create an advantage of triangulating on something using the 3 ships all together. Normally it'd be difficulty 2 for advantage, but it's 1 more because it's coordinating it across all 3 ships. But yeah, that is one of the functions. You can perform that sort of function in that mode.
Okay. With if knowing that, I would probably work on aligning the sensors to work in such a mode and kind of streamlining the data transfer.
Very good. That will be something for later. Any other questions about the multi-vector system?
It sounds quiet, so I guess not at this time.
Garrix, any questions?
Or even the captain. I would, of course, I would pass it through the commander and the captain, so that Jamie has to remember, yes, it would go through them too, because if they have any questions regarding what other research or maybe I should focus on for them, that I would also pass them through.
I'm trying to think to be
Right.
fair, because she would know just about everything this ship can do. But she would probably ask you to attack patterns and evasive maneuvers using all three. So if you at efficiently would be.
I could tell you without spending that because the advantage could work toward that. Because you've done drills recently, they're all kind of other pilots in the flight department who would handle the other ships when Wash isn't on them, or even Wash coordinating them from his panel. That's something you can kind of coordinate all of them together to evasive. It increases the difficulty, but it is something that's doable because of the advantage.
Okay.
Okay. That's pretty much all she would ask Wash to do. Because, like I said, she would actually be familiar with the way the ship works. So,
yeah, these are just recent drills and observations that Wash pulled up, and it's like, oh, well, I'll look into it and see. Okay, yeah, you know that he's performed enough drills that the crew could pull off that sort of maneuver without too much trouble.
Yeah, so maybe on the other side, it's like I know the captain knows every in and out of the ship, so like I'm maybe not like going to prove it in the sense of like ha, more on like the idea that I am going to strive to prove that I'm going to know this in and out just as much as you, if I can, kind of thing, but not in a bad way.
We can actually treat that as an extended pilot research check down the road, because there are things to discover about the Prometheus that have not been discovered even by Nadal yet.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Wait, Nadal doesn't know everything?
No, the Admiral does. Yes.
She knows the names of the stem bolts, but no, she doesn't know all the tricks. That's what she's pulled off, and it's very Anyway.
Yeah. Well, and I imagine that too. Like I'm reading the previous reports of like the command you gave to the helm officer, and also how well they might have performed an action that maybe through simulations I've tried to better the helm officer on it, not your command. It's more
Yep.
So new scene. We're gonna lose one momentum as we begin with the captain's log.
Alrighty, it's a pretty short one. And yeah. Captain's log, stardate 53754.2. With the dilemma that the St. John found itself in, we've been doing routine science work, which is comforting. Most of the crew have been focusing on various projects. Month of routine work has helped settle the nerves of bit. I can only imagine what this great expanse of a universe has in store for us.
End of log.
Hopefully y'all got all that.
So we begin aboard the bridge. And Captain.
Yes.
Orders come in through your chair.
Oh. Okay. orders that I got earlier.
Yep.
Looking at the arm of her chair. Oh, well, this seems right up Jolson's alley. She she shows the XO or hands the pad to her, whatever. And she goes, "This whole thing." Well,
Did you message Zora with the files, or do you want me to do that?
no, I'm on my phone, so.
Okay, I'll shoot it over.
Yes, please.
So you're giving a copy of the orders to your XO?
Yes, I am. Okay,
Roll.
Jolson, what can you
Yes,
tell me?
Captain?
What can you tell me about the Zendo anomaly?
I'm not familiar with it. Let me check.
Give me a reason science difficulty 2. Assisted by ship's computer science.
Is this warp field mechanics, astrophysics, or quantum mechanics?
Astrophysics.
Okay. And Tenjin, computer science.
Gain 1 momentum. And file incoming.
Pulling it up now, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Jolson. Well, Commander, these seem like they're going to be a joy to speak with. Agree?
Shall prove very interesting.
And she'll go, I need Wash to for Zindu Prime.
Zindu Prime set in the system, Captain.
Yeah, because when we get to the system, we can get to the anomaly. All right.
Speed, Captain.
Best cruising speed.
The Zindu anomaly is a class 2 energy spatial anomaly. Looks like it will cause problems with our weapons locks and engines at long range, so we'll have to take it low and slow.
All right.
And it is nearby Zendo Prime.
Okay. Mr. Garrix, how many navigational buoys you think you can, the time we get this time?
Fabrication. Those should be fairly easy to navigate. How many? I can get a team started on it right away.
All right. And
Captain, I think we'll be able to do Warp 7 until we get to the outer rim, and then maybe slow her down to 5 or 6, unless you feel slower is better.
No, Lieutenant. That's fine.
Now is Jamie to? Oh, sorry.
What? What's up?
I was going to ask you: are you the type of captain that when you just kind of say it, you just want me to engage, or are you waiting for me to let you say engage before I go? Type.
By all means, Lieutenant.
Like I said, that was Jamie asking you.
I know.
Not-
I know. She notices Wash's hesitation. By all means, Lieutenant.
Absolutely, and then you'll see him hit the button. He'll smile and give that nod.
You can give
Women.
me a control con of 0.
Oh,
15 threat. Yeah, I always will spend 1 just so that I always have that reroll. But other than that, that's it.
Assisted by ship's engines con.
Looks like the size of the anomaly is 80,000 kilometers, so a bit larger than in a Jovian class planet.
I'll walk over to the captain.
I think that's larger than Jovian.
I believe it is, Lieutenant Commander.
Yeah, it is quite a bit larger than Jovian. Nearby Zendo Prime.
And the ship warps away at cruising speed with no real difficulty, gaining 2 momentum.
Did the ship go?
It has not. It's engines con for whoever has it.
Okay, engines con. Engines con, yes, 1.
To answer your question, actually no, this is in the computer.
I think can I use the floating momentum just so that Wash kind of knows like the quickest speed he can go to get to the edge, but then know, when exactly and what speed to slow down to, kind of like to be precise, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Maximum speed. We will want to go within the anomaly. We would want to be sublight in there.
All right.
Yes.
Any special concerns for setting up navigational buoys? Will the anomaly interfere with sensors at all?
That's what we need to find out, because we are tasked with deploying navigational buoys around the anomaly.
I don't believe so. Just directed energy within the anomaly, but we can get better scans once we're closer in.
Very good. Just to be clear, out of character, basically our assignment is to set up buoys along the anomaly so people know to stay away. Is that what I'm getting?
So far, yes.
As far as Zendo Prime, it's a Class H planet, and
it's not very nice.
Yeah, not very nice, hot, dry.
Yes.
Skin irritation. Atmosphere is breathable but very harsh.
Yes, and I believe the doctor wanted to have a word with the captain here in just a minute.
No, you wanted to have a word with me.
Oh yes, that is true. I did. I did. I need you to information we have on the Ajani. Quirks, as it were. We need to try our best not to offend these people.
Looks like Zendo Prime is not habitated by any known Federation or alien race, or at least not claimed by anyone.
It is claimed. It's just no one lives there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will get started on an overview and a report on this species.
Also, report to his pad. I send him the Lincoln B report notes.
Lincoln. I
And
thought it was Lincoln A.
let's go with me here.
I'm going with
To
you.
the doctor and say, also work with the EMH or a nurse down there. I would also like workup. The ability of the Ajani. And let's see. Commander? Let's see. I did have something for the commander.
Okay, Wash, we're unsure or how this anomaly will directly affect our engine, so I'll park us just outside of the thing, if you'd be so kind.
Absolutely.
Sensors
At
detect.
least until we can get better sensor scans.
Sensors detect the anomaly is down this way. That is the marked area. It looks like a imagine a huge tangle of a bluish purple string that seems to be all jumbled and tangled like so much yarn, except it's in space.
Translucent or opaque?
Translucent to a degree.
Somebody was sewing in there. Planet Cat got to it.
Sensors also detect
Yeah.
Zindo Prime and from its moon there is a signal, a transponder signal that identifies itself as the autonomous military state of Ajani.
Subspace radio? What kind of frequency?
Subspace radio.
Okay.
And I would like to send both Lincoln C and B to the commander because I want countermeasures just in case they attack us.
When you gave a copy of the orders to the commander, you also gave the attached files.
Very good then. And I don't need to. I just let her know those are the ones I need her to look at the most and come up with a strategy just in case they decide to and by play nice I mean shoot at us first.
And I am slowing to 1/4 impulse and slowing us in.
Also, you're approaching the anomaly.
I think that's what well, actually, is that what the captain? Because you're right, that was Jolson or Garrick's.
Yes, the anomaly was where I was going to direct you to when we got out of warp.
Understood. Okay, yeah.
I'm just suggesting slow roll in, but wherever the captain wants us to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just was making sure before I started moving.
When we get into the system, like half impulse, like I don't want to or nothing.
Jolson, you can give me, if you're actually
Pulse tops.
scanning, it is a reason science roll. You are opposed.
I am definitely scanning all the things. Astrophysics focus?
No. Actually, yes, I will at increased complication.
I think in this situation you should probably clarify all the things. Are we scanning the military base and the planet and the anomaly, or just the anomaly?
I did want to do a slight ping off the planet, just to verify that our records are correct. And then I do want to do a deep scan of that anomaly.
It's going to be different things for what you're scanning.
Okay.
I can tell you. I thought you were doing a general sensor sweep, like a general
I-
ping area.
Yeah, I kind of want to do. Okay, let's do the general ping first. Just
Okay.
verify things.
Okay, so general sweep, it will be opposed.
Okay. Science, reason, astrophysics, warp field mechanics, quantum mechanics.
Warp field could also be an increased complication.
Okay, so focus with increased complication. And ship science sensors.
Yes. Spending through threat. Just gonna buy that off. No complication on my end, but you have a complication on your end.
And I did not use science bold.
So you're gonna buy that off with momentum.
I guess so.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 momentum gone. And actually, I get through back. So what you detect in your general sweep is you do detect Zendo Prime. You have confirmed that that is indeed there. The metallic moon here is more space station than moon. Like it's like there was a moon there, and then they built a military complex, and then they expanded it, and then they kept expanding it until eventually there's more. The core of the moon is a massive complex with a shell of a moon around it.
Fascinating.
That's no moon.
Yes. The spatial anomaly defies conventional categorization from the ship's computer. The computer does all it's registering as is an energy spatial anomaly. There's an energy signature there, but it isn't registering matter. Like even though you're seeing strings like on visual, those bands of blue purple light are energy of some kind, and the computer isn't sure what it's looking at.
Okay. Any ships in the area?
Not the sensors detect.
So
There are
that's
some-
yes,
there-
we can't see it.
There are some ships near the moon. They're like small, like scale 2, scale 1 shuttlecraft type vessels that are going back and forth between the moon and Zendo Prime.
And
And
and there's a colony on Zendo Prime.
No. The things seem to go into what appears to be a high orbit, and they do something. You're not sure what, and then they leave high orbit and go back to the moon.
Something tells me I should have sent him one of the other Lincoln files. Oh well. C'est la vie.
Okay, but there seems to be no reaction, and from us entering the system.
Beyond a subspace ping of you're in Zindos, you are in Ajani, you're within the autonomous military state of Ajani. Be advised, this is claimed space.
Okay, so
But-
general flag waving, ain't nothing aggressive yet.
Yep. This is our planet. This is our moon. Don't come closer.
All right,
Yeah,
and
Captain, you should attempt to contact them soon to let them know definitely that we're here and definitely what we're doing, because you don't want them you don't want them coming out to us to see what we are.
I agree, counselor. And she turns to the, I guess, ensign at navigation or ops or wherever, and goes, send the typical Federation greetings. Also, we are here to map out this anomaly.
I would suggest you contact them personally. Something that cold may upset them.
You think so, huh? All right. tell the ensign.
They have them on audio, Captain.
This is Captain Mira Nadal of the USS Tenjin. And she would... I can't remember the name of the... She would.
The name of the what, sorry?
The peoples, the nation, the...
The Ajani?
Well, she would say it more formally.
The Autonomous Military State of Ajani.
That is what she says.
And that sounds so welcoming.
I mean...
Across the comm message, you hear a creaking of wood and rustling of leaves, and then there's a delay until the universal translator picks up what they're trying to say, and you hear, and the intercom kind of says it to you in a language you understand, that you all can understand. Federation vessel, we have been informed of your approach. You are permitted to conduct your safety inspection. Do not interfere with mining operations on Zindo Prime. If you have any need of assistance, feel free to submit to boarding or other assistance. Do you require assistance, Federation ship?
We do not. We just felt it might be rude if we just came in unannounced. You are a survey out here.
Your tribute to our might is wise.
Thank you. She has the channel cut.
Oh,
All
they're
things
friendly.
considered, that went pretty well.
I guess.
Who is the ops person next to me?
It's an operations officer, probably out of your supporting cast.
I just said ensign, so...
It's probably Hart or Mathalos.
Both.
Oh, well...
What
Ensign.
what general emotion did I get from them during that conversation?
Sense of superiority, of talking down to somebody, condescending, pride.
All the empaths in the room feel like they just got the nose turned up at them.
Yeah.
Watch as
Well-
oblivious as a human should be.
Well-
Dunnan, if you can also roll insight medicine, detailed information. That was the just base level. You just sense that across the comm.
Okay. I'll use a momentum.
You know, it's difficulty 1. They're not very guarded mentally.
I mean, we're max. I'll go ahead and do it anyways. Does empathy apply here?
Yes.
Is it insight medicine? Well, they're both 11, so it doesn't matter.
So you max out, and I think you have a floating again.
Can't open Mathlos, so I have determined the person sitting next to me is Hart.
Right.
I think they're a lieutenant. My bad.
So,
Right.
what is your what in particular are you digging at?
Nope, still ensign.
How
fair.
ready they are to jump the gun? How ready they are to engage or be hostile?
They're in a state of vigilance when you think about it. But it's the sort of vigilance you have when when a little brother has a baseball bat. Yeah, they could probably hurt you if they swung it, but you are bigger than they are, and you could probably knock them over pretty easy. So you're ready for them to hurt themselves. It's that level of vigilance. So they're not ready to jump the gun. They're just cautious. At a relaxed cautious, if that makes any sense. You do have an extra free question because you're a counselor.
And their opinion of the captain in particular.
How adorable. They do like that she has green skin. It reminds them of leaves.
Neat.
Captain, they seem to have a odd fascination with your skin.
Well, I mean,
As one would a small pet.
I mean,
They also consider you laughably underpowered.
once again, it's something you deal with think they are superior.
Well, be careful, they might be. I wouldn't go thinking that you are.
Yes, they think I'm a puppy.
Is this the group that Picard met?
New species.
New species, okay. Then I
All
would
right,
probably
well,
resembled them to the one that Picard had to talk down to get the good 3 weeks to transport those people off.
Oh, you're. I know
The
who you're talking.
race, yeah, the race of somebody that hibernates for amount of months so they'd have plenty of time was his defense. So yeah, good episode.
That was a good episode.
I see how it is.
I mean, your episodes are good too.
Gotta kick it up, man. No, I'm just you're.
I mean, okay. But no.
Anyways, Captain, permission to do a detailed scan?
by all means, Jolson, Garrix, get ready to fire those buoys, and as we're making a pass around it,
Sheliak, yep.
it's Jolson.
Sheliak, yes.
On your order, Captain.
How close to the anomaly do you want to approach there, con officer?
I'm approaching as close as possible. I'm even going to go slower. I'm going to go to at a quarter impulse, and let sure that Jolson but I'm letting the captain know. You know, I'm not doing it without. If she says no, keep it at half impulse. I will, but there's just the idea.
Do you want to stay like this far out, or do you want to get even closer, like basically brushing up against the edge?
So I actually have an
F15 's
idea. I have an idea of how I wanted to lay them out. Mine did this while we were talking. I'm thinking starting here, of about like there, kind of staying what on the screen is about half an inch, and dropping them, you know, like every ping.
So are you staying like that? My question is distance. Are you staying this far away, like basically medium or medium range to it, or are you getting right on top of that?
Range, medium range of it.
Okay.
Because I don't like as a scientist, Nadal does not like the looks of that energy.
Yeah,
So,
and Wash has
wants to
his
keep
finger on the con, so that if Jolson comes back with some crazy readings that's happening to our ship, I'm able to get us back to longer for.
Yeah. She wants us close. She wants to get close enough to get a detailed scan, but she wants to be far enough away. G burst don't hit the ship.
Engineer, you can deploy the buoys. It will be a control engineering task. Since you're so far away, it's fairly easy. It's difficulty 1. On the flip side, though, to verify, if you're just marking the edges of it, then there's no extra check beyond that. But if you're trying to do an in-depth scan using the buoys, that distance is a bit of a problem, because it's too far away to be that much better than what you already did.
Captain, the current distance of your flight plan here, we're not going to get detailed sensor information from this anomaly. Would you like me to proceed?
I hate to do this. Lieutenant, move us in a little bit closer.
Yes, Captain. And now we'll put it right at that corner.
As you approach, I'm going to ask for a control con, difficulty of 2.
All right. Spend 1 threat and 2 momentum. And still helm controls is focus, hopefully.
Yes.
And roll. Got it by 1. And then the ship again?
Yep, engine's con.
Engine's con. So difficulty 2, got 4, so we got 2 floaters out there. Oh, those make it back to 6. Okay, never mind. Sorry, because I took 2. So we're back at 6. Yay.
Jolson, you hear an alert at your station.
Okay.
Mr. Jolson, report.
We have beta radiation. All decks.
Let me
right.
see if I can compensate with the deflectors.
Do it quickly, Mr. Gearix.
That is a check that involves dice and certain... I just buried my darn sheet. There we go. That will be... daring engineering, difficulty of 2. Assisted by structure engineering. It will cost you 1 power.
All right, let's spend a momentum here.
So while he's doing that, she hits
And
the
here's your
button on her chair.
Would a focus in energy field or modulation apply?
Yes.
Right,
And
you got 1 from the
she
ship.
basically tells Medbay to start inoculating people for radiation. For some reason, the shields go down. Not that it'll help much, but...
You're able to modulate the navigation deflector to account for the radiation coming off of the anomaly. So you guys are exposed. You guys were exposed to very minor amounts of beta radiation, but the rad count was so low it's not going to hurt anybody.
We should be
Yeah.
safe going forward.
Still suggest inoculations.
Nadal would insist on inoculations just in case.
And you have some floating out there, so opportunity cost I'm not even going to worry about. The med base easily able to get everyone inoculated on the ship, just in case.
All right, permission to do that scan.
By all means, Mr. Jolson.
Well, first here's the extra
In fact,
problem. Now that if you're Gearix, you know that if you're deploying the buoys, because you're so close, you want to make sure that the buoys aren't. Now that you're closer, you want to make sure that they don't get caught in that same radiation burst. Otherwise, it'll fry the internals, and then you will get the scan, but then the incoming other ships won't see them because the buoys will degrade. The difficulty is increased to 3. It's control engineering.
Okay, so I just want to clarify here.
Mhm.
Are we having to make a choice between getting detailed sensor information on the nature of the anomaly and being able to post warnings for ships not to enter it? Is that the choice we're trying to make here?
The other advantage of being closer is that it gives a more defined border. But if you go further out, it is a much earlier warning system. Like if it's further out, it's a 0 risk of a ship accidentally getting too close. But here, it's a very definitive. Here's exactly where it is, and it gets you the extra scan.
Gotcha.
But
So
it
would more precisely outline the boundaries, but a ship would end up being closer before it actually got the warning. Am I understanding that properly?
Yes.
Which was why she wanted them out a little bit further, so that ships had a clear definition of when not to enter, kind of thing. That was her reasoning.
We could do 2 passes, one one close to get the scan and one far away and to drop the buoys. It will take a little
Plus-
while, but we could
Plus,
do
I
it.
think the buoy, the little hail that the buoy gives can go out great distances. So I think they would have, once they entered the system, would have plenty of head notice.
Well, the problem is that the radiation will interfere with the outgoing signal, so it'll have a lower effective range.
Oh, understood. Okay, that's what Jamie was missing. Sorry, Wash.
Theoretically, I will say that if you tried to deploy it, like say you were out here, and you want to deploy it, sort of cut the knot in the middle, to put it that way. You could. That's difficult. That is a difficulty 4 because you're placing it just ever so carefully, so it's just at the edge that you get the best of both worlds. It's just a very picky thing. Normally, you just fire up a buoy and go whatever, it's out there. But now you're having to very carefully tell the boy, sit still, stay exactly here, don't move.
Got it, and that's going to be difficulty 4.
And that's covering the entire, like, running the gamut all the way around.
Gotcha. Well, what do you think, Captain? Best of both worlds?
If you think you can do it. Mr. Jolson, if you would allow me to assist you on your scans when you have a second.
I would definitely like that. This energy readings are playing havoc with our sensors.
And Wash would have, at the moment that the captain had called to medbay for the right radiation dose for everybody, Wash would have gotten up really quick with a hypo spray, and put that into the system and got everybody at least on the bridge taken care of immediately.
I
treat
imagine
yourself before you treat your baby.
Yep, fair enough. you have a high def medicine that the CML probably would have just sent a message to you, go, hey, inject everybody for me, just replicate it.
Right, just right here on the bridge and get it done, and at least they can take care of everybody else. Yeah. So the bridge crew is always at high function.
Yeah, no sense sending a full medical team. It's like there's already someone with first aid experience up there who's medically trained. Just there's a counselor and a medically trained first responder up there. Just you do it.
Exactly.
Do it yourselves.
Okay.
Yes, Garrix, if you could.
Okay, if I attempt the optimal placement here, would you allow my value of when in doubt, innovate to apply?
I would.
Cool. So I'll spend a determination on that.
Okay.
And then I'll spend 2 momentum for additional dice. Okay, that's 5 already. And does the ship assist?
It would assist with it'd be an engineering thing. I'm trying to think what system would do it.
Computers,
Computer
Where's my cheat
sensors,
sheet?
weapons engineering, because you're firing the buoys. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
you did that on purpose.
Final answer?
1 moment.
Sorry.
I have a cheat sheet. I just didn't have it open when I made the call. I was like, wait, shoot.
I mean, it makes sense for weapons engineering.
Engines engineering or weapons engineering?
All right, I'll go ahead with weapons engineering. Oh, it's the same roll, so it literally doesn't
Okay.
matter. Okay, well, I got those momentum back.
Cool. Captain, give me Insight Command, difficulty of 1.
Insight command. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Any of my focuses apply?
What focuses do you have?
As far as command stuff, persuasion, diplomacy, composure.
Give me Composure.
And oh, for a third dice, and 2 momentum for a 4th dice. Gonna reroll one of those. That's 3.
Okay, so you basically get it back. Did you spend threat as well?
I did.
Okay.
Because I have bolt command.
Right. You recognize as you're doing this procedure that you're still at green alert. So your shields are down, your weapons are powered down. Do you wish to maintain that alert?
Yellow alert. Thank you for that.
Captain, based on the species around here, I would suggest an altered yellow alert, not to include powering up the weapons.
Yellow alert is just the shields. It's not the weapons. Red alert is shields and weapons.
No, red alert is like
Shields
battle
and weapons.
station.
Blue alert could be used for hazards. Yeah, if it's yellow alert is get ready just in case we need to power up weapons and fight, but we're not fighting yet. The blue alert it's more of a just so everyone knows something bad might happen to us. Just be aware.
Sure, she calls for the appropriate alert.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you weren't staying at green alerts, like because you were saying earlier. Oh, what about our shields? Your shields haven't come up. You haven't called for a new alert.
That's fair.
And blue lights up
Assumptions
the
will
bridge
kill us all.
so well.
It's true, assumptions will kill us all.
And Mr. Jolson, I would ask you for another reason plus science. It is opposed. Something might be on sensors.
May I assist him?
I'll assume that you're probably standing over his shoulder, kind of getting ready, because you're waiting for the boys to get all deployed, but that hasn't happened yet. You're kind of waiting for that to get done.
And as far as my science focuses, quantum mechanics or astronavigation?
I'm going to increase difficulty of... Complication by 1.
Okay.
Gosh darn.
Focuses for me, astrophysics, warfield mechanics, or quantum mechanics.
An increased complication.
Okay. Spend a threat for an extra die.
Is the ship still weapons engineering?
No, this is going to be sensor
science?
security.
Sensor security.
Oh, shit.
Not
I'm
today.
going to spend 3 threat.
Do you have bold science?
I do have bold science. Okay, so let's reroll that 1-0.
Oh, God.
And there's another one. Because he has bold science.
I think you beat me. 1, 2, and 3, and 4 beats my 3. Oh, you just beat me. That's a good thing you rerolled that.
Hooray, bold science.
And a new scene.
Oh, Lord.
But what do we find? Uh-oh.
3 fighters on approach from within the anomaly. Weapons powered, shields on.
Raggy.
Is it the oh my god, I forgot the race again now too. Damn it.
The Ajani?
The Ajani, yeah.
For the freebie question that Jolson gets, do you wish to ask that question, Jolson?
Yeah, what race are they, and threat analysis?
Al Nomad fighters.
Oh, what are they doing?
Minimal threat.
That's not true at all, though.
I mean...
Sometimes they will just get in a fight to get in a fight, though.
And we're next to this crazy nebula power tangle issue that they could use possibly as a serious explosion.
Now, because you sensed them before they got approached, you actually get to act first in combat, as it were, because they are approaching and they don't look friendly.
So, yeah, Captain,
now red alert.
Red alert.
It's red alert.
Yeah, Captain, we should leave or at least attempt to leave and notify the other species, and they can take care of this. You risk our relations if you start engaging in combat, even if you didn't start it.
Thank you, counselor.
Okay for the drama.
Ensign, hail the Johnny.
Oh.
Yes, Commander. No.
Whoop.
No, by all means. We can say I haven't done that yet.
One moment, just doing some adjustments here. New. There we go.
Bad?
I mean, we could try healing them, but they're kind of coming at us as guns hot.
Yeah, experience suggests that's not gonna work out on our favor.
How is...
I think we should just still get shields up and, like was
Well, yeah,
mentioned,
we're
pull
at red
away.
alert, so we
Yeah,
have
we're already
shields.
at red alert, so
Right,
we're
no,
safe.
no.
For
No,
your
I'm just okay.
for your turn, lots of thinking and discussion happens, but one of you has to make a combat action, because those ships are coming and they are not friendly. And it even seems that when they're traveling through the field, the energy seems to be feeding into their shields. It doesn't seem to be slowing them down at all.
Captain, your ball.
Lieutenant,
Captain
get away
suggested
from
move
the
away.
unknown. I agree. Lieutenant,
Pulling
move
away
us
from the
away. Just in case.
Increasing to 1F impulse, evasive. Well, not evasive, sorry, that's too much. Sorry, Joe, I'll increase speed to do it, but yeah, I won't go to evasive until you tell me. Sorry. So
Are you just maneuvering one hex away, or are you pulsing away?
So far the captain has just told me to get away, so I'm gonna keep going until the captain tells me to stop.
Well,
Yeah,
as your action,
I want...
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Because one costs you power, one doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Because maneuvering doesn't cost you anything, but if you go at impulse, it starts burning into your power.
I'll maneuver
This kind of
out. At least it's starting.
To J2 or here?
If you want to go there, it's going to be you'll need impulse speed if
Yeah, I
the
just
captain
wanna-
wants you to get there.
Is
Gotcha.
it square? How far in combat is the square? Like, are they in close right now?
They are in close right now. Yep.
Yeah,
I would say it's just getting at range, so let's burn the
yeah, like
power.
long range. I'd
Excellent.
go one further.
What, go down here?
Would that be long or extreme?
That would be long.
Yeah, we need to get into long.
Okay.
We do not want to go into medium range.
All right, move the ship to long with impulse using power required. Unless somebody's got something that can help with power, we'll deal with that in a moment. Because I don't think I do, but I'm looking. Push limits.
You can impulse to that distance. So you can impulse to long. It would cost you one power.
Does
Yeah,
Garrett,
since there's no roll, yeah.
does Garrett have a little bit more power?
I do.
And actually, there is going to be a roll. Wash.
Okay, so push limits when you attempt a contest that increase difficulty due to environmental conditions, which there are.
Yep.
Reduce difficulty by 1 to a minimum of 1.
Yep. You brought it down to a difficulty 1 test. There was going to be 2.
Ooh, awesome. Actually, yeah, I'm happy. Okay, so control con or daring con for this one?
Control, I believe. I'm going to make sure I'm not lying to you. It is control con. Assisted by ship's engines con.
Yep, and I'll get that locked in before I forget. Oh, I lost the ship. Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. We have threat, we have momentum. So as usual, 1 threat and 2 momentum to get the 4th die. And then still helm operations. Are we good there?
Yes.
Okay, and then I can roll. So there's
Damn.
that. And then the ship, where'd the ship go? There we go.
Whoop.
And you said engines con. Wow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have a whole bunch of floating stuff that, let's see, that would deal with me flying away. Yeah, maybe something to do with fooling their sensors, not letting them get a lock on me in any way if they are following me.
It'll cost you 2 momentum. It'll increase the difficulty of their next shot.
And I think, how many floating do I have right now after everything's said and done?
You have 4 total.
We just spent 2 on the duking their sensors.
Maybe
So we have 2 more.
another 2 into like another set of like erratic, like unpredictable maneuvers. So not only are you hard to sense, it's hard to guess when they do know where you are, where you're going, and that could also increase the difficulty.
Are we technically in a combat initiative order?
Yes.
How will we keep the initiative?
Oh, that's another question then. That's true.
Yeah.
Spend it to keep the initiative? That's an idea.
Probably a good idea.
And is that worth 2?
Yeah.
Yep, it's worth 2.
Okay, so yeah, then the first 2, like you said, with the sensors, and then the second 2 will keep the initiative for somebody else to go. I'm done.
Okay. Someone else aboard the Tenjin. Alien roll, Jolson? Sorry.
Way to game theory. I kind of want to pull a Captain Haggard, if possible.
You're going to need to define that. He pulls a lot of stuff.
The thing he pulled on Sunday, the intimidation combat.
You can do that. The way I'm going to do it, it's going to be a... Oh, I forgot the roll already. It just happened yesterday for me.
Yeah, I know.
Fudge. What was it called again? Oh, hey, I'm right on that page. Ha ha ha. It is going to be... what are you telling them? How are you intimidating them? They'll tell me what to tell you for your role.
Basically letting them know that they are in claimed territory. I am threatening to attack them if they don't back down.
You could also tell them that not only are they threatening us, but that by their mere presence here is going to incite the Ajani. So you have 1 ship and an entire fleet ready to attack just their 3 fighters if they don't leave.
Yeah, sure.
Presence command.
Very well.
However, there is an unknown complication to it that has increased your difficulty by 2. It is still opposed, but basically 2 of your successes are being eaten away because there's something you said that you don't know, and it's hurting your intimidation.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
I figured saying that we had help. We didn't need the help.
Am I allowed to assist coming since with the idea of kind of helping him think about what would scare them from a counselor's perspective?
You can, but I'm going to burn your action for the round.
Sure.
Okay. I'm okay with this.
And then can I use since I'm not actually helping him speak, I'm helping him think. Can I use reason medicine or insight medicine? Or maybe one of those with security.
Insight security.
All right.
And psychology, since that's what
yes.
okay.
Okay. Going to, let's see. I wonder if I have any values that'll work here. Would that count towards intimidation? Could that count towards intimidation?
Oh, which value? Sorry.
Over flight?
Oh, fight over flight. Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Going to spend that for the auto successes. 1 threat and 4 momentum for 5 dice. Persuasion? I guess intimidation. Never mind. I don't have to focus on this. That's fine.
Was there an increased complication range or no?
No, it's just minusing how many successes you guys. The first 2 are being eaten up.
Yeah. And I'm gonna re-roll.
Pardon me.
At 6. Well, 4.
Well, how much is it to get up to 4 dice again? I believe it's 3 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend 3. Oh no, I actually have to spend 1 more than that because they get 1 for free.
Oh, so you're buying up to 5 dice.
Yeah. Oh no. You guys have 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, 2 of it's gone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Or is this a succeed at con situation?
I'll spend 2 momentum to just succeed.
You can succeed at cost.
Sure.
Roll your challenge dice equal to command plus 2 in challenge dice. That's how much quote unquote stress damage you're doing to them. Okay. You open the comm, you make your threat. On their turn, because it passes away from them unless someone had quick to action. I don't think anyone does.
I don't think we could use quick to action after buying the thing, can we?
I suppose not, you're right. They disappear back into the anomaly. You are out of.
Well, that was some saber rattling.
You are currently out of combat, although you are at red alert still.
Mm-hmm. Power down yellow alert, just in case they come back.
Captain,
Excuse
I
me.
recommend we shoot a level or a Mark IV probe into the anomaly.
Very well. Garrix, do you think you can, with the Mark IV, basically make it a little more durable?
I can reinforce the case. I can reinforce the casing.
All right. How long will that take you?
Give me an hour.
You got 20 minutes.
I will do what I can.
So Garrix we'll cut away to him briefly. We'll cut away to the bridge, I should say. Whoop. So Garrix is going to step off the bridge to attend to the buoy, as I recall. What is everyone else doing?
Commander Jolson, I believe you were working on some details with that new substance material that the Nomad use?
I have it.
I'm no scientist here, but the material they used, those heat blocks, they were doing some, I guess, interesting things while they were in the anomaly.
Oh. Where you're getting at, Commander.
That could be something interesting. We do have a sample on board. We can run some test on it.
Want to try and reinforce that Mark IV probe in that.
With the aluminium?
Yes.
Working title.
Yeah, you know, I'll leave that up to you, Lieutenant Commander.
Perhaps you
All
should
right.
work with Mr. Jules or Mr. Gearix. Commander.
Absolutely.
So
Lieutenant
Jolson
Wa-
steps off the bridge.
Lieutenant Wash, keep an eye out. If those little fighters come back or something bigger, God's forbid, as nimble as we can be.
He's away briefly, but the player's away briefly, but Wash does kind of keep it at the ready in case the ship needs to make any quick maneuvers again.
Okay. And anything else?
Captain, should we maybe contact the
Admiral to the
Johnny?
bridge.
Okay. This is the bridge.
Status update. Why did we go to red alert?
We had some visitors in the Zindo anomaly. Leave, Admiral. The Al Nomad.
Are you certain,
Is that-
Captain?
From the look of the fighters, yes, sir.
Commander Zora can confirm on this, I believe, but our last reports didn't have any Al Nomad carriers anywhere near this system. If these fighters are out here, their carrier needs to be within at least 5-10 light years. Otherwise, they are way away from the operational area, and we should have seen them. St. John hasn't reported anything, neither has the Fredericton. So either these are rogue or there's a carrier out there.
Her Admiral
Unless the
came
carrier
out
is
of
in
the
anomaly.
anomaly.
The carrier could be an anomaly. Could be potentially. This could be a power play on the Al Nomad, but we need more information. Lieutenant Commander Gearix and Jolson are working on a way to enhance a probe to penetrate the anomaly. Hopefully, we can gather more information that way, Admiral.
Very well. I'll try to contact the attaché on the Fredericton and see if we can, if they know more about any movements the Al Nomad have been trying to do against us. Any hint that they were going to try to push us like this. Admiral out.
She's. Oh, go ahead.
I am sorry, Captain, if I overstepped my bounds there.
No, it's fine. Just curious how those ships are surviving in that anomaly, and that's kind of got her attention at the moment. Yeah. She will say, else have any questions about how or why the Alnomad would be here? We all know that these Johnny aren't exactly pleasant people, but
Nothing came across my intelligence ports that I reviewed this morning. I will attempt to go through them again, see if there's anything that I missed.
very good, Commander. And Counselor, keep counseling. She just kind of shrugs and walks over to the science station. Honestly, didn't have anything for the counselor to do in that moment, so she's just like, counsel? I don't. Although she is wanting to see if we caught when it spiked off the ships, or went. You know what I'm saying? Like collided with the ships.
Say again. I'm unsure. I'm clear.
The fighters. She wants to basically see if she can kind of reaction is going on between the anomaly and the Alnomed ships.
Give me. I'll move you over to. Yeah, you can move over there. Give me a. I'm going to call this a reason science difficulty of 4.
Of what?
4. Assisted by ship's science sensors.
Science sensors.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going
Oh.
to spend. I'm going to spend my milestone.
To what value?
Space is infinite discovery.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
Astronavigation, quantum physics, or mechanics.
Quantum mechanics. Yes.
Right. And or do we have any momentum?
Two
A
left.
threat and a momentum.
Okay.
That's 4.
As you're reading over that, Dunnan, what are you up to?
Is there any other science things we need to do? I don't have it. Yeah, I can't really think of anything counselor related to do right now.
You can assist the captain if you like.
That's
Science
fine.
wise.
Or you could help Jolson and Garrix.
That's true.
Choice is yours.
Yeah, I'll just help you.
Okay. And that'll be a reason science assist.
Gone are the days when that meant a free success.
Right.
Oh wow.
Zora, you're looking over files at the moment. What were you looking to specifically? Sorry.
To see if there was anything going between the Ajanti and the Alnomed.
Insight security difficulty of 3. Assisted by
Investigation
ship's
for a focus?
compute. Yes, and you're going to be assisted by the computer, by ship's computer security.
Take a threat.
Sure. One, two, three. Looks like 2 momentum. So you're compiling that information. Wash, you just got back not that long ago, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good to
So
go.
your standing order when you were they basically asked you to stay ready to evade if they come back out of the anomaly. You're still long range from the anomaly currently, so I imagine you're just, unless there's anything particular you want to do to prepare.
Well, if I can help repair anything, then well, no, I don't have any good engineering, so I'd probably not. I'd probably stay away from that. There's nothing medical to do. So yeah, I think as always, I think what Wash is doing is he misses the kids, and so he spends just a lot of time doing simulations. So now it's simulations on if the carrier comes out of this side of the anomaly this way, how would we do it since it's close to the planet? If it comes out on this side, on the far side away from the planet and moon, what do we, just keep him busy.
No, I give him a commendation for doing tactical stuff. No, I appreciate that.
I'll actually give you a insight security roll, difficulty 3.
Insight security. Oh Lord. All right. So where's how much? Oops, I gotta. Let's see. 10 and 3. Okay, so yeah, 1 threat as usual.
Okay.
2 momentum. That'll give me my 4th die. Can I? Okay.
Oh, and you're assisted by ship's computer plus security. If that's any comfort.
Ships, computers, plus security. Nope, got that ready. I'll see if there's any no. Okay. So, Altera. Is this a moment of my focus being lead by example? Because I'm like,
I'll actually give that to you, given that you're kind of getting ahead of the
game,
so to speak.
Okay, cool. No, yeah, every little bit, because right now, okay, so I got it set to 4 dice. Oh no!
Well, you didn't get complications.
Oh yeah, you're right. I can't roll when it's but you know what? We'll just keep it that way so that there's still 1 momentum. But thank you for that. That's true. But yeah, no complications, nothing. And so it's just so I'll just report to the captain that just like running a whole bunch of simulations, but it looks like that no matter where they come out of the nebula, it's going to be the same results for the most part, unless we're on the side of the nebula where the other folks are. I cannot remember their names. See, it's blocking out. Why am I blocking out?
Johnny.
Thank you. Johnny, you know, where we're close to their possible fighters if they put out anything. But everything else.
If you give me 2 threat, I will let you succeed at cost.
You know, since we could use that advantage, I'm pulled, but you know, I'm gonna keep you at 11 threat. I'll just, like I said, I'll tell the captain that throughout my simulations, because don't get me wrong, that's the interesting one. But I imagine Wash is like the top of his career and just can look at all of the advantage and just know that one might be, even if he did find something, it might be a second or a couple milliseconds difference, but not much that would affect us now. And I'll leave it at that.
Very good.
Yeah.
We are going to scene change away as the research goes on the bridge. So we step down to Shuttle Bay with Lieutenant Commanders Garrick and Jolson at Shuttle Control. There is an engineering team fiddling around with one of the probes at the moment.
So, Garrick, do you think this will work? Encasing the probe in the medium?
Well, it certainly would prove more resilient than our current duranium composite here. I'd say it's worth a try.
It might be he was giving those fighters the advantage in there, so...
Do we have any sensor telemetry from the buoys yet that might indicate what kind of hazards?
It was you guys were attacked and
Okay,
interrupted.
we haven't actually been able to receive any information. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we know their ships are made of the same material, so hopefully reinforcing the probe with it should give us the same effect.
I can spell engineering, I swear. But yes, this will be an extended task of work 10, magnitude 2, resistance of 1. Difficulty was going to be 4, but there's an assumption here that you guys pulled the engineering team to help with this because this is a labor-intensive thing you're doing of applying a new metal to to a probe. So it doesn't. Not only does it help protect the probe, but it doesn't interfere with the probe's function.
Makes sense.
One can lead and one can assist.
I don't think I have any relevant focuses here. But I am going to spend a banked milestone towards the value. It's not tinkering, it's trying something new.
I'll give you that, yeah.
Okay.
See, normal milestones are good.
Yeah.
The public announcement for the day.
The more you know.
All right, so I'll go. I'm assuming I'm going to be the lead on this. If you're okay with that, Joel.
Nope, go ahead.
Groovy.
Oh, come on, Jolson's great at engineering.
Okay, well that hit the 3. If you can roll for your assist.
Control engineering. I don't have any focuses.
Give me, Mr. Gearix, a challenge dice roll of your engineering score +2. So that is 7.
Well, that looks like a breakthrough to me.
Oh no. So one of that gets eaten by resistance. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of 10 work, unless you're spending your 1 momentum for anything.
No, 6 is good for now.
Okay. Breakthrough wise, you you get 1 breakthrough. Difficulty drops to 2. You discover that you don't have to. The initial problem you almost had, and this kind of was part of the resistance, is that aluminium, as it's been called, it's not a plentiful resource, and it has been mined a lot. It's been sample sizes, so not the science department has some, but they're not like stocked for full manufacturing. The Victoria is because it needs to be for it to operate, but the Tenjin just works on it as a project. But thankfully, you've discovered that you don't necessarily need to replace all the paneling of the probe and encase all of it in aluminium. Even just infusing some of it into the alloys existent in the material is enough to strengthen it immensely.
Neat.
Well, that's helpful.
But they're still working at it. Now that there's still the hard labor of, okay, well, what parts are we replacing? What parts do we definitely not want to replace?
Gotcha.
So you can attempt your extended again.
Okie doke. I will go ahead and spend that 1 momentum for a 3rd die.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
So there's 2 momentum coming your way.
I don't suppose does my testing theory work on this since it's not science-based?
Testing theory works on anything science
Or engineering. Okay, so I get an extra dice.
and it's applicable because you've worked on this exact thing, so.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, stop. That only helps if you're the main roller.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
You're the assist. I just remembered. I have the same talent in another game. I was like, oh wait, hold.
I have to be there. Okay, so I'll just roll my 1 die.
Well,
See,
it's
I'm
a little
helping.
momentum.
All right, give me your challenge dice pool, Mr. Garrix. Oh,
Just enough.
1, 2, 3.
Oh wait, no, there's
Momentum.
resistance.
Yeah, momentum for reroll the 3 dice.
Yep, we'll spend the momentum and do just that. And it's any number of dice when it's challenge dice, right?
No,
Right.
you're only rolling 3.
Okay, yeah.
You're re-rolling the fails.
Well, hey.
What?
So 1, 2, 3. What's that? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That does it.
Neat. Oh, and the metal power that I always forget I have, because I spent momentum.
Yeah, for each momentum you spend, I believe you roll challenge dice, isn't it? And if you get an effect, you keep it.
Nope.
Oh,
So good to remember.
but yes, you are able to construct at least a probe. If you want to construct more than one, it's going to cost you an opportunity and an escalation. So 1 threat, basically. 1 momentum, 1 threat.
Gears to Captain Nadal.
This is the captain.
We have a probe ready to go. I think if we can pour a little bit more resources into this, I might be able to get you a second one. Would you like us to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Garrix. Having a backup is never a bad idea.
Understood, Captain.
Right? Why pay for just one when you could pay double the amount for 2?
Okay, so I guess you get the threat and we spend the 1 momentum.
Okay. The engineering team, now that they have a template to work off of, they just start replicating what they need and calling up some of the operations team to deliver more of the sample material. The threat escalation is measured in the fact that you're using up more the limited supply you have. So it's getting risky at this point. Now that you're making a second one, but you're not going to be out. It's just they need to be very careful not to screw up.
Well,
It's
hopefully,
like, if you screw this up, we don't have spares, guys.
well, hopefully, Mr. Jolson will get at least one of these back. I imagine it'll be helpful for your paper.
Well, there are 70 more sites out there. If need be, we can stop by one and mine some.
At the same time, we're not firing them both at the same time. So we may end up keeping one.
Of the science team, you guys were scanning. I already forgot. I should have wrote it down.
The effect that the anomaly had on the Alnomed ships.
It appears that aluminium absorbs the energy.
Huh.
Whatever the energy is, it's not entirely clear. But if you spend a momentum, it will be clearer.
Sure.
No, wait. Actually, everybody on the bridge right now would know because we're all from the Victoria. Never mind. Never mind. I just had a dumb moment.
So, Captain, you remember the report you got about the cysts?
Yep.
It would seem that this is the field is, how do I put it? I wrote it down. Hold on. I'll give you a more definitive answer. I was going to get a little vague, but I have a written down answer.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the
so it would seem one of the things you know about the cysts is that the Ajani use is that they do degrade and break down when done, and they give off a gas of sorts or energy field emission. That whole thing is as if thousands, if not millions, of them have been dumped out here. Like that's it's basically a massive waste dump of the cysts slowly being thrown in there and just creating a bigger and bigger cloud. So it's a sort of a strange. It's a beta radiation field that's different, and you know it's different because the sensors aren't detecting it properly. It should just say it's a radiation cloud, but it's not, and it's visible, like it's on the visual spectrum, and radiation normally isn't.
Right.
So something weird's going on, but basically, this, to simplify greatly, you and Denon are looking at waste product.
So do we know enough
fantastic.
about aluminium to be able to to create an effect that would reverse its ability to absorb this radiation, kind of like you would apply electricity to something that's non-magnetic and it temporarily becomes magnetic? In the same way, is there a way to reverse that ability so that this radiation actually starts draining energy?
Polarity.
Yes, there are two possibilities that you can, and it won't cost you anything. This is something that you can extrapolate from what you're looking at. You can do either the brute force method of basically cracking their hull plating and exposing the internal ship, because the entire ship is, their ships are known, and they've been like, they actually had the Victoria had a ship and pulled one apart, so they actually know how they're built. Not the actual plating is aluminium, but the wiring is not. It's a sort of crystalline fiber optic sort of structure. If that's exposed to this, it will fry like anything else that's exposed to beta radiation. They will degrade. So the brute force answer is if there's a hull breach, it's not going to absorb anymore. The hull would absorb, but then all the wiring that would be facilitating the power would degrade anyway. Now the more elegant answer is, as Zora said, if you are able to send out some sort of field or energy counter, you could cause an effect you can cause an energy flux sort of effect on the hull. The downside of that is that their shields would get in the way. It has to be in contact with the metal, otherwise it's not going to create the reaction you want. Or you need to somehow change their shield modulation to make it harder.
I have a question. This is the same metal that the Victoria's heat sinks are made from, correct? And so we're looking, and so we're looking at the same way, in the sense that, when we used to go and vent the Victoria's over heat issue. Now we shunted it, temporarily, but is it the same process of those two examples that you mentioned, in the sense of just how we would get rid of the heat out of those sinks?
It's a different process. The process of the heat shunting that the Victoria uses is an Al-Karin technology. That's more messing with time and making heat go somewhere else in time. The Al-Nomad are just using the heat absorption property. Like they don't have the extra step that the Al-Karins use.
And so we were temporarily not like bleeding it and then moving it temporarily. We're just temporarily taking it from the blocks, period.
Yeah, because the blocks would absorb it and keep it in a safe place so it didn't basically broil the rest of the ship, and then the Al-Karin technology temporarily shifted it somewhere else. But the core made it easy for it to sit still long enough for it to be easier.
Can we create can we use the deflector to create a beam that would have this effect that we could fire into the field?
I mean, between Garrix, the captain, and Jolson, probably with a mix of engineering and quantum mechanics. Mayhaps.
The practicality of it depends on if you're trying to make the whole cloud change, or you're just trying to change the ships within the cloud.
Both? Both. Let's do both.
Can we see the ships in the cloud?
No.
Well, then it kind of is a moot point. We have to do the whole cloud.
What about neutralizing the cloud? You could. It would take a lot of power. Theoretically, it would most likely take a lot of power, and it'd be very difficult, an extended task of some sort for sure.
I mean,
I'd like to try.
well, she just kind of looks and goes, well, I mean, we can give it a shot. Tori is fun, but this probably takes precedence. And
while you guys are figuring that out, I'm going to switch to... Well, you have, but while you guys had figured that out, Zora figured out this thing. You were looking into whether the Al Nomad were doing anything with the Ajani, or... Yep, okay. What you got is that there's nothing in the reports that shows any open contact or any blatant contact. But it is known to you through the Admiral and through some of the relations, the few direct diplomatic relations between the Federation and the Al Nomad Supreme Armada. The Armada is known for doing a little bit of shuttle diplomacy, if you will, or gunship diplomacy. Park somewhere nearby, not fire, don't invade, just let them know we're here and we can blow you away if we want to. And you better do it. And it's actually been known that they send representatives to potential worlds to turn them into suzerains. That is to say, they let them remain independent, but they're required to pay tribute to the Armada to guarantee the Armada won't interfere with them or attack them. So is there any hard evidence in your intelligence records? No, but it fits. It makes total sense they would try to do this, especially with a militaristic society with some sort of with the kind of technology that they have. That's a technology the Al Nomad would want. And if there's fighters out here, that's probably part of whatever carrier is out here somewhere threatening them. How they got past the patrol net of the fleet, that's unknown. There's enough between the various ships of the fleet. Someone should have detected a carrier. That thing's huge and gives off a large energy signature. That's the confusing part. It is at this stage that Garrix and Dilson are finished with their extended task. Because you guys didn't take two. If you guys hadn't finished within a certain amount of intervals, you would still be working on it.
Well, this is why I always inflate my estimates.
Well, Garrix, you want to call up?
Captain, we have the probes ready. They should be able to stand the anomaly without too much trouble.
Well, 18 minutes. You're getting a little slow there, Garrix.
That's...
I shall endeavor to be more efficient going forward. I'm used to having an android remind me how inefficient I am.
Well, I will endeavor to take his place, Lieutenant Commander. To launch into the anomaly. See what we can catch.
Aye, Captain. Preparing for launch.
Captain, be advised, I suggest we move between us and the planet, between the anomaly and the planet. This could be a very power play between the Al Nomad. Willing to subjugate the Anjanti.
Yeah.
Anjani.
Do we have a prerogative to
Admiral.
stop them from doing that?
Got a report back from the Fredericton there, Bridge. The attaché said that he suspected that the Ajani were being a little guarded, and that the Al Nomad have been especially cooperative. And in my experience, whenever the Al Nomad are cooperative in negotiations, it means they did something and they're trying to hide it. So my bet is that they're up to something. I just don't know what yet.
All right, I appreciate the update, Admiral.
Do you believe the
Your-
Tenji will need assistance with this? Should we call the St. John for reinforcement? Or do you think you got it?
I think we have it, Admiral. Just hold on to something. It may get bumpy.
It always
Lieutenant-
does. Admiral out.
She looks at Lieutenant Wash and goes, Lieutenant Wash, put us between the anomaly and the planet. Or the moon.
Yes, Captain.
No, Captain, I believe you need to protect the planet. The Johnny used the planet.
I can't grab the ship and just put it over there.
I was going to have us move about here. In the middle, in between. Ish.
Like here?
Go with the Orion green right there.
Oh, that was good. The double.
E7.
Boom. See, I'm trying to do the heartbeat. Boom, boom.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's spinning threat.
Yeah.
Hey,
I foresaw
usually
this coming.
usually around this time, there's like 30 or 35. At least he only has 10. Oh! Got too close to the planet. We're falling in.
You're being pulled at hazard alarms start going off across the ship automatically, and from your station there, Wash, you are like when you're out here, you're not even in orbit. Like you're like thousands upon thousands of kilometers away. Like you're not in orbit, and all of a sudden the whole ship just hulls, and you have to turn your engines to impulse just to keep you from falling into the planet. Like it's almost like it's yanking you in.
But it's not something I would feel from a tractor beam.
It's too hard. It's too strong. It's almost
really?
like it's almost like a star or something. It's too big.
Oh, so it's not even like a wave of water that's pushing me. All right, I'm like, Captain, we have to increase speed or we're going to be pulled into the planet.
I assumed you were at full impulse.
I
She
think I was.
as a player,
whatever. Yeah, absolutely, because I had no clue. So yeah, I'll be like, I'm already at impulse.
All right.
We need something to stop this pull on us, or otherwise we're going to have to go to warp to get out of here.
You've used up one power so far.
Yep. Going to regret this. Warp us in a little bit closer to the anomaly.
All right, so I will switch us to
Here.
warp 1 or the
Here.
appropriate just to get us to thread that needle.
It'll cost you 2 power. It will be a daring con. Sorry, correct myself. Control con. Difficulty of 2. Assisted by ship's engines con.
Can I raise it to daring to move the complication to 2?
Sure.
Excellent. Okay, and then helm operations is my focus. We don't have any momentum, so 3 threat for 4 die for the 4th die. And is this the ship help? Does the ship help engines con?
Engines con. Yep.
Okay.
Oh wow! Ow! 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 Ow!
There. Engines con.
Well done.
Thread that needle.
Whew. Yeah.
Mr. Garrix, if you could see about our EPS systems.
Aye, Captain. Out of characters, that you asked me to do the restore power task?
Yes. It was 2, I believe.
Oh, so we
It
got
was
3
2,
momentum? Excellent.
You got 3 momentum.
So you
Garrix,
kind of
you're
threw
looking-
yourself into that.
You are looking at a daring or control test plus engineering difficulty of 4.
Okay, doke. I guess I will go ahead and use difficulty 4. Ugh. Don't have any determination, so go ahead and I'll spend those 3 momentum to get to 4 dice. And I do have EPS Power Systems as a focus, so I go ahead and use that.
For some reason, that applies.
Okay, cool. That's a total of 6 successes. And let me figure out what my talent does, because I can never remember.
And the ship doesn't help with that because it's a power thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
GM, I'm going to try to concentrate and hone in on that. Try to distinguish what it is.
Insight medicine difficulty 2. 4. Oh, it's damn.
Okay, well, my talent, the restore. I'm sorry, I have to look at how these two things interact because it confuses me.
Can I use psychiatry, psychology, or empathy?
Empathy, yep.
And I'm going to spend my determination on I'm driven to explore.
Okay.
And by up to the 4th dice, I guess 3 momentum and 2 threat or 3 threat. I can never keep straight which one's 5 and which one's 6.
Wait, was Garrick's done before you did all that?
It's fine. I mean, if I don't spend any more momentum, we'll only get 1 power back. That puts us at 16 out of 17, so...
Did you need one? Because I can spend another threat instead.
We'll max... If I spend 1 more momentum, we can max out our power. That's the only difference.
Okay, well then give him that momentum, and I'll take an additional threat.
Okay.
And increase the complication to 3 for psychoanalyst. Would that apply here? Should ask that first.
Say again.
Okay, I was just double checking that if I used psychoanalyst to increase the complication range to 3, that the 2 obtain information spins that I would get from that were valid in this situation.
It would be.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yep, that's just what it is.
Captain?
Yes.
I will have you roll fitness plus medicine.
Oh, hey, you can use my medicine of a 5 and one of my focuses because I'm standing next to you.
Yeah, it's true. As you start having a splitting headache all of a sudden.
You can't do it because we don't have any momentum. You have
Never mind.
to get it.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
But if the exos, oh wait, that's something else. Never.
Composure.
Oh yes.
Yep. Threat. All the threat for 5 dice.
And there's no way to assist.
Nope. That's a sad time.
Yeah, because if I was able to, if we had 1 momentum, you would have gotten, instead of 2, you would have gotten.
Commander Zora, you're going to need to make the same roll.
Sounds like bad psychic juju.
Did he didn't make any momentum, did he?
No.
Okay. Oh, I see. It's Diff 4 now. Did I am not accidentally like doing psychic damage.
You're not doing this. You're not the one doing this.
Violence is a state of failure for a value to use my determination.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Oh, and I'll wait just for extra suspense. Or I damage you. Oh wait, Nadal made it, didn't you?
Not if it was.
She-
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I thought you spent a value. Sure.
no.
Never mind.
Nope.
Take 5 threat.
Sure.
Stop feeding him.
Feed the beast. Beast is hungry.
Oh Lord.
Um,
Yeah,
I have
only
a
we'd
feeling.
have- If only we had momentum, y'all both would have survived that.
Captain? Zora? That's how much stress you just took. As you feel a splitting headache.
Wash is going to look at Hardened Ops for a second to watch Khan while he immediately grabs his med kit from right below him, because that's the best place it should be, is right where he's at, so he could grab it. And he takes out the medical tricorder and the little thing and starts scanning the captain and Zora.
Okay, stand by on that. Start reaching under your desk. While that's happening, while you're reaching under, those two start holding their heads. The counselor, you made your rule. You get the cloud, all of it.
Wait, the cloud is a thing? The
Yeah.
cloud has a mind.
Yes. Well, it's more of a hive, or
Ooh.
not a hive. That's inaccurate. More of a hive. No, actually, hive is correct. It's not sapience. It's consciousness. But there's a lot of it.
It's no bueno.
No me gusta.
As you come to that realization, sorry, you do have a free question.
I have like 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, you're right.
Can I isolate it enough to communicate telepathically?
You could, but you'd probably get hurt. You'd probably get stressed doing it, just because it's very overwhelming, and you just happen to brace yourself, and the wave that came out from them, you were ready for, but to any other empath in the ship would have felt like they were hit by a crashing wave of consciousness.
If knowing that do I personally know a method that would mitigate that from my experience or the experience of other betazoids that might have gone through this?
You could possibly perform a medical task, a daring medicine check, difficulty of 2, complication 2, and basically you can administer yourself with a drug cocktail that kind of braces you for psionic overwhelming. That's a thing that's happened even in Starfleet. That's happened a few times where a psion had to get themselves, or an empath had to be ready themselves for an alien consciousness.
And what's its general state, emotional state?
Confusion, outright confusion. It's not even enough. It's not fear, because they're so confused. They're just that disordered.
Okay. I'll get onto that daring medicine then, and then try to talk to them once that's complete.
Now, oh my goodness, Wash. You reach under your
Helm's console.
There you go. You reach under your helm console. However, you normally aren't stocked with the full amount of medical stuff that a normal medical officer gets. You'd have like a basic first aid kit, but if you want something more than that, you can give me. Normally, it would cost you momentum, but you can give me 1 threat, and you can have had that set aside a full, not just a tiny kit, but a tiny first aid kit, but a full-on medical kit with medical tricorder and everything.
Yeah, because I think from our previous talk before that it's just like not that it's like we talked before, not that the doctor can't come up here or anything like that, but it's a safe of time, like we talked about in the sense of triage. And anything I can't handle, of course, goes to the doctor. But anything that I possibly can get done as quickly as possible, so that the doc has less to do and be able to move on, is my thing. So I'll spend it.
Okay. But yeah, if you want to prevent future spends, you need the talent called personal effects, and you can have that lets you set aside stuff that your character always has on duty. Otherwise, it costs you opportunity to set it aside, unless you have tons of time. Like you're not under a time crunch, and you're like, oh well, you know, like early when they at the like say at the very beginning, you're like, I grab a med kit to check up on the kids and do a quick medical. It's like, well, that won't cost you anything because you have like 30 days. There's no rush.
Right, understood. Okay, so I'll just kind of like when I know that it's been some downtime, I'll go. Then that will be something that I go get and make to start getting that available for me. But for now, yeah, I'll do the cost, and then anything that I feel that Dunna needs, I will be there and available, such as that combo that to help him stable out, so we can do the thing with the out there in the cloud, as well as get some pain reliever and blockers for the captain and Zora.
You can perform for the captain and Zora. You can perform a daring medicine difficulty of 2 to help them adjust to and try to relieve themselves of the pain.
Go ahead.
Do you got like a 4 in medicine wash?
I do.
3, I think.
No, I have a 4.
Oh, okay. 4. My bad.
I was gonna say if you wanted to, I could do my roll first, and if I got momentum, you could use my 5. But you're gonna make it anyway. You probably don't need that.
What? And you said difficulty 2? Well, actually, unless you want me to like take the threat now, yeah, you probably should roll first, and then because since this is, I won't be able to use bold with threat. I'll need momentum.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So you're going to med bay to get some drugs and get yourself ready.
Question: is that something that I can really quick run to the right next door to the conference room and use the replicator?
For the drug cocktail for the Sonic thing?
No, he was talking about mead wash.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, my mistake. I was unclear. To you, counselor, you can go to medbay and try to do that. If you try to do it from the bridge, it will cost you threat.
That's what our fitness medicines were for. We did not block it.
Wait, what do you mean, like 2 threat, and then I'd be able to do it here?
Yes.
Oh. I guess I don't really see a reason in that.
Yeah, it's more of a. You spend a minor and you go to med bay, and it costs you anything to replicate the drug because there's a massive medical team that has some of the ingredients on tap.
Okay. Do any of my focuses apply? Because does knowing about my personal psychology or knowing emergency medicine, is that going to help me pick the right drugs more accurately? Right doses and such?
I would give it to you at an increased complication.
Yeah, we've already seen what that'll do, so I'll just go down there with no focus.
Okay. Did I tell you the difficulty of that task to brace yourself to make the cocktail?
Difficulty 2.
2? Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Daring medicine.
Oh, I thought there was something else we were going to resolve before that.
We were resolving it. Initially, I was resolving Wash's medical treatment, but he's waiting on you to ace your roll.
I spent 3 threat, and I only rolled 2 dice by accident.
Yep, I saw it. You can roll another die. You should roll
2.
more dice, I should say.
Because because I spent 3 for 4.
Yeah. That's in the log there. Just. And ow, itchy eye.
Well, I guess I should have taken the focus.
And actually, you might have gotten something else. Hold on. No. Okay. Cool. So you're able to get the concoction ready, and you're able to dose yourself. You have something to dose yourself with, at least. To answer your question, Zora, you can perform a presence or fitness medicine, difficulty of 2, to kind of to brace yourself in case another wave comes by.
Do I get that one as well?
You can do the same, yep. Because you get hit by consciousness, and it's oh god.
Let's not go through that again.
And actually, Wash, you can assist with both their roles, because you're kind of there with a full med kit, tricorder. You can kind of tell them if they need help, or if they need a drug to help stabilize them a bit.
Yeah, because I'm looking at both stuff for the pain as well as like we were talking about mental blockers for this reason. Like you said, because we've dealt with it, or not us specifically, or me specifically, sorry, but Starfleet, yeah.
Oop.
And so daring medicine
Same,
for sure.
Same for me, and composure as a focus.
Ooh.
Yes, composure as a focus. That's unfortunate, Wash.
Yeah, 1 was for the captain. The 0 was for Zora.
It's
sorry.
On the plus side, the 1 doesn't apply to Nadal because Nadal got no hits.
Yeah.
But if we get any momentum from any of that,
Zora did generate 2, so you can kill the.
Yeah, we'll kill the 0 just to make sure.
Yeah.
There's no worse effects other than just not helping at all.
Yep, Zora has the right count there.
She is good at a few select things. Medicine is not one of them.
Meanwhile, what is Garrix and Jolson doing? You just heard there was talk about launching a probe. They were moving the ship. There was a hazard alarm. You heard the engine. You heard the ship. You even felt Garrix would probably even sense it too, just out of sheer engineers are used to this. You almost feel the deck plate kind of move briefly as you jump to warp for some reason, and then the blue alert went away.
Garrix to the bridge.
It would be the commander, because
Zora here.
Okay, good.
Is everything all right, Commander? It seems like there was some activity going on.
You could say that.
The hell did you do up there?
Yeah.
About to find out.
All right.
The captain is currently incapacitated for the moment. There's an entity in the anomaly that is emitting a very powerful psychic presence.
Psychic?
Ouchies.
Wait, so that thing's a life form? And we're about ready to fire our probes into it.
That is a good question. Should we proceed with launching the probes?
It might antagonize.
Hold off for a moment. We'll hold off for a moment on that.
Understood,
You said
Commander.
the captain is unconscious?
Is the captain unconscious with that stress?
Close to it. She has 5 left. Total.
We're already
you
taking an
see-
injury.
Watch the sick bay. Captain has been injured. Please get a medical team up here.
Am I back on the bridge to where I could help?
Oh wait, did I injure? Oh, I did. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. You are injured. Sorry, I was confused there. Like, wait. Oh, right.
Yeah, she just slumps back in her chair.
Sensor science.
Counselor, to answer your question, you're on your way up. Someone called for medical help?
Yes, Wash did.
Give me.
After his triage, he found the captain needed more. So
You can either try to treat him yourself because you do have the med kit, or you can call up a med team. If it's a med team you're calling, it's presence medicine difficulty 2. If you assisted by the ship's computer's medicine, if you're doing it yourself, it's daring medicine difficulty 2.
Okay, I'm gonna do the call the med bay up. So here's, and then as far as me, 2 dice. Lead by example still. That's my only one that'll fit this.
I'll give it to you, yeah, because you were the first to respond.
Okay, and then right now I can't spend a threat for what I want because I'm definitely going to use my medicine. So here we go. Well, there we go.
Therapeutic flying. Just start doing barrel rolls. Do you feel better yet? Stop!
Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and what was difficulty?
2.
So we got 2 momentum.
And we also got
We got
2
one.
for me.
I don't like roller coasters.
So we're at
We
5
should have 4 then.
or 4. Wait,
2 from
Yeah.
Jolson, 1 from you, and 1 that we already had.
no, 2 from me. He said difficulty of 2, and I rolled 4.
So it should be at 5.
Oh,
Should be
I didn't.
Because
see
we started with
that
1.
exist.
Science officer, you did a roll.
I got 5 out of 3.
And actually, out of fairness, that would count as an override because you're doing it not from your station.
Yeah, I was
so-
still in this.
So it's actually the difficulty would have been 1 higher. You still get it. So you just get less momentum.
Okay.
And you were scanning just a general sensor sweep, or were you scanning something specific?
Just general sensor sweep, figuring out what the hell's going on up there.
Got it, Wash. You detect that there is an intense gravimetric field coming from Zindo Prime. So anything that's within medium range of it is going to get pulled in. The metallic moon is not coming closer. You detect that there. You're also detecting in your sensors that there is an increase of energy coming from the cloud as a whole. It's emitting.
What kind of energy?
Unknown. It just knows it's not matter.
Okay.
Oh, I correct myself. Sorry, because the captain made the roll earlier. It's a type of. It's beta radiation by base, and it's sort of like there seems to be this toxic gas effect, or almost a toxic energy effect that's radiating away from the cloud, or is the cloud. And with the report you just heard of sonic weirdness, that may be some sort of impurity caused by intense sonic waves.
So psionic byproducts like psionic life forms, and the waste is a byproduct.
More like the waste is being carried across via sonic waves. So instead of someone being in a gaseous cloud and getting sick, the gaseous cloud is sending out the illness sonically.
Interesting.
And that's simplifying greatly.
All right.
But you do have at least one free question because you are a science officer.
Timetable between the gravimetric event and the psionic event, and do they appear linked?
They are not linked.
Okay. And possible harmful effects from continued exposure to the psionic energy.
At this distance, it's only going to hurt people who have an Esper rating above 0. So anyone who's empathic or telekinetic, so Vulcans aboard, Betazoids aboard, or any other species that benefits from empathy or telekinesis. Some humans, but Esper among humans is vanishingly rare, like 1 in billions. and even
Who do
then, it's minimal.
Who
Okay,
do we
so
have that has telekinesis?
Shh,
We have someone who has telekinesis?
shh. Don't worry about it.
okay,
Maybe.
okay,
How
and
much was
so
the Admiral
at
recently?
risk.
I mean, Telosians may have some
Oh.
kind of telekinesis, maybe.
Is he
Okay, so
bleeding out in his ready room right now?
goodness.
I'm sure his staff will take care of it.
Okay,
Haven't
so
heard
you know
from
that ESP E-rating is at risk now. What about if we get closer or within the cloud?
That will require momentum.
I'll spend it.
Yep. Well, momentum gone. If you're immersed in the cloud, you know how if you're near lava, you can get burned. Imagine if you jumped in it.
So pretty much would have exploding head syndrome.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Scanners?
Oh no!
Scanners.
Sorry, that was an SAO abridged joke. Have you ever seen Scanners? Damn, I was kind of banking on that.
and that on top of the basic beta radiation baiting.
Thankfully, with shields, you can standard starship shields can keep beta radiation at bay. But the sonic, there's nothing shield. There's no shield that protects against that within the Federation.
Okay, I'm definitely going to contact Med Bay and advise that they get psionic blockers to all ESP crew members.
Give me a presence medicine roll, difficulty of 2, assisted by ship's computer's medicine.
Now you can use my medicine if you need to.
I would definitely need to use your medicine.
I don't know if I have a focus that applies here. Would xenobiology apply? Or
yeah,
some-
actually,
Okay.
I'd give you that.
Okay, and what is your medicine?
5.
5. Okay.
You might just roll a d20 in this case. Or use something you have a 5 in.
Yeah, I'll just use something I have a 5 in. Focus, lead by example.
I
I'll
gave
give
you a
it-
focus in xenobiology.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Do I want to use bold science? What's the difficulty? 2?
2, yeah.
Technically, you're using medicine, so you can't use it.
Okay.
That's true.
I'll just roll straight dice.
Bam. One momentum. So yeah, the medical staff, you were able to direct medical staff with the collaboration of the counselor, the various empaths aboard. And actually during that, you do discover that the Admiral was in medical distress. But he's fine now that someone got to him.
Okay, and we kind of put all the medical staff on alert to keep an eye out on ESP crew members and stuff. So yeah.
Yep.
Yay! No one's dead yet.
I'm not saying a word.
Lieutenant Commander Jolson, do you know what the anomaly is made up of?
Not yet. I'm definitely on my way up to the bridge to take better scans. Garrick's, I believe, are all done here.
The probes are ready to go in your order.
All right, I'll be on the bridge.
I'll probably head there as well once the probes are ready are situated in the launchers.
Engineering
gonna
team
say-
to Lieutenant Commander.
Go ahead.
We got it from down here. We'll wait on your call from the bridge and we can fire this thing up. We'll just load it in the probe launcher if you need it.
Excellent. I'll be on the bridge. Contact me if you need anything at all.
Sure. Oh, do you want us to load the second one just in case? You want us to keep it stow it in cargo?
Ready it for launch just in case.
Aye, sir. And the team starts getting grav lifts and start hauling these things around. They don't want to beam these things because that might complicate things.
Yeah, we still don't exactly know how this stuff transports, so good call.
Scene change.
Oh, yay.
Sorry.
That means I get all my stress back. I'm good.
Yep. And you do wake up. from your injury because it was not.
Oh. Anybody registry number of that starship?
You see a few medical officers kind of scanning you and giving you drugs. Captain's all right. Conscious. Do you know where you are, Captain?
USS Tenjin, looking at a weird anomaly with evil golden people out to get us.
Well, slight paranoia. Paranoia? What are you talking about? We actually are being attacked by gold. Okay, fair enough. You're good to go, Captain.
Thank you.
And the medical team will harry themselves away.
That was unpleasant. Any other incapacitations?
Should be a full medical report coming in. Ouch.
Holy crap.
100 different people aboard.
What are the odds that we are this psychic?
Pretty good considering the fleet we're in.
And just if the bridge crew's a good enough sample.
True.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of Betazoids and Vulcans aboard, plus the Admiral. So, who is
Captain
psionic,
XO.
sort of.
Sort of.
Well, don't the psionic blasts hurt people who are non-psionic like worse?
I know it's only people who are sensitive. It's like having hearing and then someone blaring a loud noise next to your head.
Oh.
If you're deaf, it doesn't hurt you.
What?
Right? Then Watch will just kind of look around the room and be like, feel better.
You're sick.
We did. Yeah, we are having medical crews inoculate the ESP, sensitive crew members, including yourself.
Environmental report. There seems to be a few areas of the ship whose life support systems are reporting higher than normal temperatures. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Can I run an internal sensors analysis?
Go for it.
What am I rolling?
You are rolling. Oh, get to you. Jeez, stop rushing me. No. Funny enough, it is actually a reason security roll, difficulty 1.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Well, how about that?
Game of momentum. I probably made you make the roll. God hell with it. But yes, it would seem that there is sensors detecting certain areas of the ship have a higher than normal psionic presence. Nothing conscious, but something. It's sensors read it as when certain psions have do pyrokinetics, and they can mentally influence the air to heat up or cool down. In this case, there are certain parts of the ship that have heated up. Not enough to do damage, but enough that the sensors picked up that the heat increased.
Captain, if I'm reading these sensors properly, the temperature fluctuations are psionic in nature, similar to pyrokinetics on the base level.
Oh, great. Who put Carrie on the manifest? She says jokingly.
Carrie?
Old Earth horror movie.
Wash will say something to the effect of blood everywhere.
Lots of fire, lots of screaming. It's a good
That
time.
sounds genuinely unpleasant.
That one makes it a horror movie.
Yes.
Yeah, not my cup of tea. Regardless, we do know that this cloud is at least psionically active. We're not entirely sure if it's conscious. Is permission to fire a probe into this thing and see if it kicks?
I would not do anything of the sort at the moment. I'm working on talking to the cloud.
Although Mr. Wash, if you could please move us a safe distance from the anomaly and the planet,
Yeah,
it'd be very much
absolutely.
appreciated.
Don't want the pull from the planet, nor do I want to be in that. So yeah.
Speaking of which, it's the planet itself has an intense gravimetric wave coming from it, and I will forward the schematics to Helm, give you an idea of how large that gravity well is now.
So I will head port around the anomaly clockwise, keeping a distance from it where everybody can still do their, especially
So-
done in search.
Believe
Before we-
that's
Yep.
Before
This
we
way?
move out of the range, can you do a scan? I would like Lieutenant Commander Jolson to scan for any Xeon-based life forms.
Xeon base, that's interesting angle, but let's do it.
Very well.
give me a reason science roll. Difficulty of. Oh, actually, it's just straight up a difficulty of 2. Assisted by ship's sensor science.
Don't really feel like this is time to use determination. Focus in astrophysics.
With increased complication.
Let's go for it. If you're having increased complication, I'm gonna give you a threat for an extra dice.
I'm just gonna spend it.
Okay.
Spend another one. Whoops, not that many, not that many. Shields register that there was an intense pulse of radiation that the shields were able to hold against. And that was at the time, that happened the exact same time that the sensor ping happened in examining the cloud.
So we ping the cloud, we get radiation feedback.
Yeah. But you do get the roll. You do get results despite the blast. You do detect xenon-based life forms right there in that particular hex.
What is it? H10?
Yes. H10.
Okay. Commander, I am definitely picking up some xenon-based life forms, but in response to our scan, and we did get hit by radiation, shields are holding, but Commander Garrix, can you fortify us against that particular radiation, just in case?
I can attempt to modify the shields. Can you transmit the sensor reading on that to my console, and I'll attempt to compensate.
Here it is.
Okay, so I guess I'm modifying the shields to try to withstand whatever sort of radiation they just hit us with.
That was supposed to happen. That would be a control engineering difficulty 2. 1. Control engineering difficulty 1. It'll cost you 1 power.
Cool.
And that will be a structure engineering assist.
Cool. What
I'm full of crap. Correct myself. I'm full of crap. That is actually control security difficulty 2, assisted by structure engineering.
Well, that's not quite as good for me, but I'll go for it. Would a focus in energy field remodulation apply?
Yes.
All right, I'll spend 1 momentum. And you said structure security for the ship?
Structure engineering, I believe.
Oh,
I'm not lying to you.
okay.
Structure engineering.
Okay.
Lieutenant Commander Garrix, were there any sort of crystal objects around the Xeon-based life forms? Or crystalline objects?
Yeah, I can answer that with your freebie question.
Yeah, let's answer that. Any crystalline objects?
Yes.
Yes, they are. You having a hunch on this, as Commander?
Yes, I am. Captain, did you read the report that was handed to you?
Nadal just got back. You were asked a question.
Captain, did you actually read the report that was handed to you?
About the xenon-based life forms?
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to? Then she will say yes.
Are you aware that
bet.
the Xeon life forms are existing in this anomaly?
No, I was not.
And that the Ajani are harvested crystals that these life forms create as a byproduct?
That I did know. In low orbit of their planet.
Right. Well, you may or may not know the Al-Nomad are wanting to know how to raise these crystals. I believe that Al-Nomad are in this anomaly to harvest them.
Okay, what's the significance of these crystals?
It's not the crystals, so to speak. It's they grow cysts on them. Acne. And they are quite potent. If
They use it to create weapons, the Ajani do.
yes, and they are not weapons either.
Well, that's all
What
very
brand?
interesting, but what exactly is the wider implications of this? Do the Ajani know the Alnomet are here and doing this? This is their jurisdiction, after all.
It's safe to say that they don't.
Do they
They
all
would
know
have done
know
something.
that the Xeon-based life forms are intelligent, or at least conscious? Or do they give a damn?
I will go with option 3 on that, Lieutenant Commander. Give a damn. As long as it makes them more powerful. However, if the Ajani knew that the Al Nomad were here, have a treaty, or they don't know because they would very militaristic.
Have we contacted the Ajani yet?
Not since our first initial hail, no.
More to the point, should we? I mean, relations between the Federation and the Alnomet are tenuous at best. And if we alert the Ajani to their activities, they could interpret that as an act of aggression.
Let's not alert anyone just yet. Doctor, do you think it's possible that these Xeon-based life forms could be acted as some sort of hive mind?
I'm working on finding out.
Well, it seems they're able to provoke some kind of defensive response. We try to reach them psychically, I'm assuming. They retaliate psychically. We try to scan them, they retaliate with radiation, which is just energy waves, much like our sensors.
But that's just a basic reactionary response, unless nothing seems intelligent so far.
Well, not intelligent, but at least able to recognize a potential threat and retaliate in the same kind.
The report on
might
what
not-
they called Tin Men sounds very, very familiar.
Wasn't Tin Man classified?
Not to this ship. Don't worry about that. You guys would have been
Okay.
clear.
Although, yeah. I think we should try and deal with the Al Nomad without involving the Ajani. They have a lot of respect for humanoids, mammalian humanoids, and reptilian. That's
Yeah,
not Borg.
that's usually a long history of not getting along with each other. Speaking back to the Zindi Wars.
My worry is taking care of it ourselves and find out that the Ajani and them actually are friends for some reason, and that we've interrupted something that we shouldn't have.
I'm also worried about dealing with a possible first contact scenario with this Xeon-based life form in between two hostile aliens. Just putting that option out there.
Well, the thing about it.
Here's the thing, though. The Alnomed were able to fly in and out of that with no response. It must be a function of the alnomidium that prevents it from triggering a defense response. Perhaps our original strategy with the probes, reinforced with the alnomidium, is our best option for gaining more information.
At the same time, the
Tactical contact. 3 starships just came out of the cloud. They're, they're derelict. No power.
Huh?
scan them survivors.
I'm scanning.
Give me reason science.
I don't suppose focus in astrophysics would cover this.
It would increase the complication by 1.
I'll take it. Let's just burn all that. Oh, what's my difficulty?
2.
Yeah, and so you can see where Nadal is coming from. If the El Nomad and the Anjani had a thing in the cloud.
Alright, just hit the mark.
That's my thought is,
Captain, the Ajani have been harvesting these crystals and using these creatures like cattle for years. Not to say that the Alnomad are trying to do the same thing from appearance.
Well, it's kind of a difference between early Neolithic herding and late 20th and 21st century Earth factory farm.
The only problem is, why is it so far from the planet? The report they harvest them in low orbit, meaning, and she points at over in this area, low orbit. Why is it all the way out here?
Captain?
Oh, are you mentioning that the cloud can move by itself to different locations?
No, I'm asking why, if they harvest them in low atmosphere, or low orbit, why would it be so far out?
Captain, each ship has 2 alnomed life forms, and their life support is failing, and they are dying.
Tactical
Very well.
confirms.
Very well. Send security teams to transporter rooms 1 and 2. Start beaming survivors.
Sir, we'll have to bring down our shields to do that.
I'm well aware.
Are we far enough away to mitigate any radiation alarms for orbit?
As long as you keep,
so.
as long as you keep 1 hex space, as it were, from between yourself and the cloud, you should be okay. So if you're out here, for example, you're fine.
Okay.
But if you were here, you'd be bad off.
We'll move to E13, 1 forward. Yeah.
Okay. And for my free question, and can I tell what the hell happened to these ships? Any electrical or static discharge, or any apparent damage in core?
A file comes up that is relevant to your case. The Starfleet has encountered this before. Not this exact creature, but this effect.
Okay.
Also, she is probably the captain has ordered the security teams have pretty good tag gear.
The sentient being inside might have realized the difference, and
They are sentient.
yeah, and so showed their displeasure with
Can we-
cis popping.
So were the alnomed ships simply drained of power, or did they receive any other form of damage?
I'm working on it now.
Engineering. When you quickly look at what science has pulled up so far, you notice that Science Station is still compiling data from the main computer. There seems to be a lot of information about the topic.
Oh, goodness.
And the science officer's already parsing through it to figure out what's relevant and what's immaterial. But there is one thing you detect. It seems to be it's like a particle beam hit them.
Interesting.
Do I know this particle beam?
Still compiling. Because I spent 2 and it's taking a little long. Tactical to
Son of a
captain.
bitch.
Tactical to captain. We are within transporter range.
All right, start beaming survivors.
Bringing down shields.
If you could go meet our guests when we
And
retrieve
stop.
them.
You're in combat. And don't worry, when combat starts, I'm giving you something. There you go.
Dear fucking God. Nope. Captain, this is similar to the crystalline entity that at the Enterprise D has dealt with. We've got to get the hell out of here.
Contact, starboard side. And you're fired upon.
Oh shit!
Oh no, we don't have shields.
Hopefully it misses.
Judging on the way this is going to go, did I ever get a chance to talk to them?
If you give, you've had a chance. It's just you have it this whole time.
No, but you said stand by resolving the psy-off, so I've been waiting.
Oh no, I resolved that a while ago. I was wondering why you weren't doing it, but you can do it now. Actually, I'll let you fire it now though.
I've been waiting because I thought you were wanting me to wait so you could resolve other stuff.
No, you can do something at this exact moment. My miscommunication there. I was like, wow, he's being incredibly patient. He got the drug and everything. Okay, I'll just resolve other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Can I be straightforward and say what the fuck is that question mark in the middle?
It's a crystalline entity
Well, not quite.
related to it.
So nobody
It's about
knows
the-
that Wash has moved the ship to another 3 or 4 hexes north on the map. I'm just kidding. I haven't done that.
Warp speed.
Right.
Speed.
I'll just start off by asking, who are you?
Give me a presence plus. I'm not sure. Presence command, presence medicine.
I mean,
Difficulty of 2.
that's not a choice. Empathy.
Yes. And normally I'd be throwing stuff at you, but you kind of you drugged yourself, so I can't hurt you right now.
Go
Not for
ahead
free.
and take 2 threat, and
I'm
gonna
just gonna spend it again.
momentum.
Right. Because that's how that works. Oh God. Okay. That's why it costs so much.
Nice.
And I spent 3, so.
Sorry.
Highly suggested, Captain Sir, man.
So your question was, who are you, or
Yeah.
what are you?
No, I said, who are you?
Who are you? You see an image of the planet Zindo Prime. The xenon gas oceans, quote unquote, the vast plains, the various the massive floating gas bags, creatures that float around, the small remnants of ice at the North and South Pole, and then again an image of the entire planet, and then an image of the cloud, an image of this. Instead of a crystalline, less crystal, it's more. You see something that has a crystal in it, growing out of it from the. It's floating out in space, coming out of the cloud. Like you can see it mentally, like it's projecting this image to you, and you can see this sort of net, this lattice of blue, blue purple tubes that are all kind of curving and turning and sort of warping almost in space. That is who it is. And it's firing on the ship. And it hit, sadly, because you're not that hard to hit when you're that close. Al, that's going to hurt. Oh, without a roll, you can tell it. Oh, sorry, you have empathy. You're a counselor, so you get a free question because you were talking. You're sort of psychically connected to them.
I didn't spend more on complication because I thought it was It was going to be a conversation.
Spending one to reroll the fails. In theory,
Do I know what it wants?
to be free, and for children to never be hurt again.
Oh, you're speaking to Wash. Oh, okay.
And me.
Oh yeah, Garrix. We both are right there, like our aura glowing. Children.
Children of the future.
Right, the children are our future.
Also
Don't
fails.
take that one out of context, internet.
Ooh. Oh no. Okay. So, for one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the max shields of the ship?
IC 17.
Good. The ship suffers a breach.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
Resistance.
Oh, that's right. Your base resistance still applies. Huh. And it didn't do piercing because that's not a thing it does. So. Oh.
And we have a blade of armor.
Yeah, that's true. So that's minus down. So it hits you. Everyone aboard the ship takes 1 stress damage.
That's horrible.
Everyone shake with the camera!
Okay. Any shields taken?
Your shields were down when it hit you.
Oh, okay.
That's why it was almost a breach, but
Never mind.
thankfully your ship has a blade of armor, so that didn't hurt nearly as bad as it could have. Secondarily, The entire tactical reports that the entire hull seems to be charged with some sort of with particles, and the energy is not going away. It's not dissipating.
Oh, that's very bad.
It is now the Tenjin's turn.
Raising shields is a minor action, right?
Yes.
Pause the hull plating.
Well, I can always not that this comparison is going to help my case or any, but I can always pull a Jacoby here and try to talk to it.
Every time
Oh, go ahead.
Every time it acts, Counselor, you're able to communicate with it. So you might be able to change its action based on your conversation. You can still act otherwise because you're just psychically connected. But if you try to do something while talking, quote unquote, to it, you're acting at +1 difficulty because you're distracted.
Okay.
Captain?
All right, so here's what I want to do. Nomad to the ship and minor action raise the shields.
That would be from the engineer station, ideally.
Yep.
Okay, so that's a me
Unless
turn?
you're directing him.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
To do the transportation, the difficulty will be because you're beaming them to a pad, presumably, or are you beaming them straight to sick bay?
I'm beaming to a pad.
Beam them to the pad.
Okay. It's going to cost you at least 1 power. It's going to cost you 1 power just to beam them. That is, you beam them to a pad, so that's fine. They're not on a pad. You're at a good range. This doesn't interfere with what you're doing because it doesn't use engines, it uses sensors, and it doesn't interfere with that. Creature doesn't, so it's actually just difficulty 3.
Okay.
Assisted by ship's sensors engineering.
Sensors engineering, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but the base task is control engineering.
Yes.
And I have a focus in transporters. Go ahead and spend 1 momentum. Gonna re-roll that 0 because I love having cautious.
Come on, complication. Aw.
And gonna roll my metal power because I actually remember I have it this time. No more momentum.
Okay. So you beam up the 2 Al Nomad.
They're on board, Commander. Shall I raise shields?
We got
That's
two.
That's from both ships.
We got 2 from one ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's this ship here. Actually, I'll mark it so you guys don't forget. Because that's important for you to know. What the? Oh, I put it on the map layer. Look, a smart person.
But yes, raise shields and then 2 momentum to keep the initiative. And I want Mr. Wash to move to the next Outnomad ship. I'm going to save as many people as I can.
G21 is my destination, if not
So here?
H22.
You're going to need to warp to get there. It'll cost 1, 2, 3.
Cost
5
how much?
power.
5 power. Oh.
And
Okay, so I'm at 16, moving that to 11. Done. And then I'm probably turning. Yeah, thank you. A round to go. Yeah.
You're right, Zora. It would have power would have reset between scenes. So this is the first time you've used the transporter was the first time you used power for this scene.
Yeah, because it was at 17, and then there was the use of 1. That put it at 16. And then now we've just used 5 more, so we're at 11.
Yep.
At 11? Okay.
Yeah.
Back to it, unfortunately, because it keeps acting. Unfortunately,
does
you
it do
moved like an
things?
annoying person. So. It moves over to where you are. Chasing after you and doesn't seem to be having any problem flowing. Although you do notice that it's remaining in contact with the cloud. Doctor,
But it's laser ray. It can definitely shoot out from the cloud.
Oh yes, that energy is intense enough. It could hit you from a long distance away. Counselor, you can continue talking. As you can see it moving through space and chasing after the Tenjin.
What can we do to prove to you that we don't intend you any harm?
Presence con or presence medicine, opposed. Or, I correct myself, or you can spend 2 momentum and it's just a difficulty of 2.
Would obtain information spends be of any benefit to me if I made a roll? I mean, yeah. If I wanted to get more obtain information spends by increasing the complication, would I be able, like, would those apply here?
They would, yeah.
Okay. I'll spend the 2 momentum for the difficulty of 2. And
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, stop.
yeah, I'm trying to think if I want to burn a value or not.
Oh, fair enough.
I'll spend a threat. Oh, and I assumed a focus of empathy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Easy assumption. 2 momentum. You're able to get across very quickly. You get a sense of you give the feeling of how am I not, that's what you said, like you're trying to tell them, you're querying them, how can I prove we're not a threat? The immediate query back is the image of them being harvested, like their little children being harvested and collected and thrown out into space. And then you very easily just give them it recurs to you, Federation has never done this. You've only just encountered this species. You give them that information. It's like, it's not even that hard for you. It's a quick, here's an image of our ship being nowhere near you. And the fact that this is new. And it's like, oh. And then there's almost a sense of, oops, like embarrassment, like they didn't mean to attack someone who didn't do anything to them.
But the Nomad, on the other hand,
But besides, that other Federation ship that totally shattered one to pieces.
Different threat, thankfully.
Yeah.
So otherwise, that would be a different problem. But you now know.
But they recognize that we're. But they don't recognize that, like, we're related to the Enterprise.
Sorry, I'll clarify for you. They're similar, but it's not the same species. It's just the energy type that they're giving off is the same thing.
Okay, so it's not like, oh, this is the same creature, the same species. It's like the same genus, but not the same species.
Yeah, it's like running into a Romulan instead of a human, running into whatever this is, as opposed to a crystalline entity.
Okay.
Still very dangerous.
Still, nope drive activated.
Yes.
Right. How long have the Ajani been doing this to them, I wonder?
Yes.
You have 3 questions, though. You have 3? 2?
No, I forgot to increase the complication
so you just
range
have
on
the
the
1.
roll. Yeah, that's my mistake. Would you allow us to continue to place warning signs so that no one from our race ever interferes with you again?
A sense of apathy. Because it isn't harvesting them. It's like, go ahead, put things out there.
Okay, then I'd like to spend a momentum to ask, do you intend to interfere with us any further then?
If you spend more momentum.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, no, that they don't intend to. Sure, we won't interfere with you. They have no qualms with you.
Especially since we're setting up warning buoys that would warn other ships to stay away.
Yeah, they're like,
from your
okay,
nest.
sure. You're declaring our territory for us. That's helpful. Turn goes back to the Tenjin.
Yeah. Well, are we still in combat?
Yes.
Captain?
Okay.
This entity is similar to the crystalline entity that at the Enterprise ran into. If you would like, I can set up a gravimetric resonance beam from our deflector. Or it was a technique that the Enterprise D used successfully against the crystalline entity.
Captain, I suggest we don't do anything of the sort. We're essentially in a war zone here, and we're aiding and abetting one side. We've gotten permission to lay down the rest of the beacons uninterrupted, but I fear that if we help the El Nomad anymore or attempt to interact with even the Anjani anymore, we might risk getting pulled into one side of this war.
I appreciate your opinion, Counselor. However, we are not going to leave these people to die.
And I'm just
As
laying
long
down
as you're willing-
options.
As long as you're officially stating on the record that you understand that you're interfering in a war that does not belong to you, then you have the prerogative.
I will and I do.
Orders, Captain, says Tactical.
Need the 2 survivors on that Al Nomad ship beamed onto this one. Well, I kind of don't want to stay here any longer than we have to.
To attend to those orders, because Garrix was directed before, Garrix hasn't actually taken the action of his own, so he can, as his own minor action, bring down the shields, actual action to beam up the survivors. But that does leave your shields down.
And if we have another momentum, we can minor action bring the shield back up after he makes the roll. It's fine.
That's true, yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and do some beamins.
Okay, shields go down. Difficulty's 3.
All right, I'll spend our last momentum and hope I roll well. Re-rolling that complication.
Jeez.
And assisted by ship's sensors engineering.
Yep.
Let's hope for a crit. Nope. Captain, having trouble getting a lock.
All right. Trying to think of my advisor talent. Can I?
Advisor just allows you to assist with presence command.
Well, I did give him the order.
No, it's different. If the direct task would have, that's when it applied. But acting on his own, not actually do it, you just told him he should do it, and someone on the bridge did it. With direct, you're actually telling them exactly what you wanted them to do.
Fair enough.
So you try to beam them, and the beam doesn't take. Thankfully, you didn't lose them. It's just you try to beam them up, and then you let the beam go. You beam them back. You let the beam go back to their fighter, because you almost lost them, and they would have been scattered to the winds, so to speak.
Garrix, I might be able to help you with this.
The entity
Captain,
rapidly moves away and goes over here. Back to you guys.
Captain, I advise we warn the Anjani that their harvesting of these crystal beings is going to ensue an all-out war with them.
I just realized I was muted. We can give them the warning, but whether or not they take it, we gave them a chance.
Actually, wait there.
It is possible that they might blame us for these actions, Captain.
Very good. And the Fredericton, with all of its ambassadors, is in another sector of space.
Hey, they thought that this sector wrapped up.
Yeah.
The
I'm
Anjani
gonna
use
ask-
these crystals as weapons, they even attach it to themselves. I really advise you that they need to be notified. It could be a disastrous result, especially if those crystals attached to their beings themselves.
Maybe we can have this argument later when we don't have people choking to death on space.
I'm gonna ask it. Can
Needs of the many, Jolson. We're talking about far more Anjani than we are talking about the Omad here that are trapped in space.
Hold a moment. Counselor, you're able to psychic connection to them as you see the entity move at warp speeds away from you, and it's moving toward the planet and the moon.
Oh, wait. So have we not established that it can't leave the field, or was that just an assumption we made based on what you told us?
I would say the latter. We haven't seen them leave the cloud, but it doesn't mean they can't.
You can see that it hasn't. It's still touching the cloud. It hasn't left it yet. But you can see it's moving as far as it can to the edge of it.
If they do go to war, isn't that prime directive that we can't involve ourselves in the war between the two? That's not our...
Well, they may already be involved at war. That's what I was trying to explain.
Right, no, and I get that. And if they're still continuing now, we need to step out.
I'm going to ask him, or it, because it's not him, obviously. Would you allow me to negotiate a peace between you and the beings on the planet to avoid them ever doing this to you again without the loss of life on their part?
Presence command or presence con to convince them. Difficulty of 4. They really want to hurt these damn trees.
I mean, I get it.
Can I burn if the book doesn't cover it? Do what you can to write a new book, because I feel the Starfleet rules that we should try to prevent a war here before one breaks out is pretty clear.
Yeah,
so
I'll give you that
covered
burn.
in the book.
Yeah, I'll give you that burn. Totally.
And I'll spend it on... My duty is to save minds.
Say again, sorry?
My duty is to save minds.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I don't know. Do any of my focus... Does empathy apply, since I'm trying to convince them through telepathy?
It applies because your character can understand why they're so angry. And it's like, no, I'm not talking down to you. I'm explaining to you for your benefit. I'll help you. Like, oh, okay, you're not bossing us around, because you know empathically that they really don't like being told what to do.
Then I'll buy up to 4 dice and threat.
Okay. That
Sounds
gets
like
me
a certain. Kidding.
3, 4. I always forget. 1 for the first one,
No.
2 for the next one, and 3
No,
for
because I spent
Right.
threat. It's 2 for the second, 2 for the third, and 3 for the fourth. So it's
the... Right.
5. Yeah, it's 5 if you're trying to get 4. It's 6 if you're trying to get 5.
Right.
But that's only if you use determination.
So 1, 2, 3, and 4. You got 1 momentum.
Well, no, because I spent my determination.
even more.
So
Yeah.
I'm 3-0.
3 up, yeah. You drop out of combat because they're willing to let you negotiate. You're out of combat for now.
Okay. First question. What are your terms?
They want Zindo Prime, and they want them off that moon. They don't care where they go, but that's their planet now. And you see an image that what they were going to do before you said anything was do this. And that would consume the moon inside the structure. Like it was going to leap over and convert all of them into the entity.
Oh shit!
So either move or we'll destroy you.
How long can I give them to move? They're not a. They do not have the ability to transport their entire being at once. They have to move in parts. So
concept of time is alien to them. They don't understand that idea. And when you kind of feel around for it a bit, they're willing to wait as long as no more people are. It's like as long as you're not hurting us anymore, as long as you're leaving, then whatever. As long as you leave, we're happy. Just stop hurting us.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I read on it, the Injani are not even on the planet. They only exist on the moon, on their various bases.
They have mining operations, though, and they threatened to go to war if we interfered with that.
They harvest it from the atmosphere.
Which, I mean, telling them to stop would be interfering with their mining operations, though.
Yep. This is dicey.
I guess I used the free question, and then I used 1 momentum. I'll use 1 more momentum to ask, if we fail to negotiate, will you let us leave?
Sure, they actually kind of like you. You're very polite. Although the sense of politeness is kind of alien, but you translate it that's basically what they're saying. It's more like you're like a gas bag that lets us go where we want. It's like that's a good thing.
Final momentum. Will you allow us to save the Alnomad first? The small fleshy things inside the hard metal things.
It has a half memory of attacking them when it was growing in sentience, and it's mad at them, but they're not as mad at them. It's like we still kind of want to kill them, but it's fine. Killing them doesn't save our people, so whatever, they can leave.
Hooray, lethargy.
So I'll endeavor to somewhat maintain that telepathic contact, but I'm going to turn around to the captain. Captain, we can save the Alnomad, and we can try to negotiate a treaty, but if we fail, they're going to wipe the moon out. Or they're going to wipe, they're going to consume it. So, the time for diplomacy is upon us. Although, if we fail, they'll let us leave. They like us now.
Well, that's pleasant to know. So it won't be taking any more swipes at us.
Then maybe we can get
No.
that one next to us in a tractor beam and pull it in. Well,
Actually, that is a brilliant idea, Lieutenant.
I would let's avoid interacting with the cloud in any way, but yeah, if you can get the Alnomad without interfering with them, you should be fine.
Tactical?
Aye.
Tractor beam lock on them. Do shuttle bay 2.
I got them.
Thank you.
I recommend we deploy a security team to the shuttle bay.
I agree.
Presence security difficulty 2.
Okay.
I might be wrong. Hold on. Difficulty 1. My bad.
And how many emergency pylons do we still need to put around the cloud?
Take a threat.
Sure. You got maybe. You guys started here, and you got as far as here. So you still have the rest of it to cover.
They'll give us all the time we need to do that once we've stopped this crisis.
3.
Yep, just asking a question, not worried about time.
2 momentum gained, I believe, and you deploy, and security is deployed to the shuttle bay.
And Wash will circle around clockwise, not worrying about putting out pylons yet, but getting to the last down Nomad ship to get them on, so that we can start with the rest of
Oh shit!
pylon.
The Temjin did some magic school bus shit there for a second.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just gonna go along with this creature's plan.
Or die.
Well, no, we're not in danger.
It's either we.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. We either go along with its plan or die, meaning we don't go along with it and it attacks us. But
No,
I imagine
no.
we're planning. You're not getting the way I'm saying it. So I'm saying it in a way that, yes, if we interfere and don't go against what we just agreed upon, then there is a possibility it'll attack us. But
Oh yeah, so
saying-
if we tried to help the Anjani instead of them, they might attack us. Is that what you're saying?
yes, if we go against what we just planned,
Well, we could
I
just
agree with
leave
that.
right now, or just sit there and not do anything, and they wouldn't attack us.
but that's what we
I
agreed.
mean, technically, this is between the Ajanti and the
Yes.
crystalline entity, so
Yes, and that's what we agreed. So if we go against with what we agreed, see what I'm saying?
okay. I'm
What
just
is
trying to
this
figure out
stop?
You guys have proved my point.
yeah.
What's-
I'm just trying to figure out the legal and moral implications of what we're doing.
Probably
Is
it
it-
was first not to get involved. Second, now that we did get involved, to make sure a genocide doesn't happen.
Yeah, I would like to prevent a genocide today if possible.
Commander, you had something to say?
What is to stop the crystal from just stopping at the planet?
You mean what is to stop the crystal from not stopping at the planet?
So
To
if it goes to eat the, I mean,
Yeah.
is it really
Yeah.
motivated beyond stopping the harvesting of the crystalline polyps?
In my professional opinion, it is only worried about stopping the threat to itself and its offspring.
Children. Yep.
Right, but the Ajani equip themselves with these crystals on their bodies throughout their entire civilization. Once the crystal learns of this, what is stopping it from going after the Ajani and consuming their whole civilization?
The only thing that would stop it would be a wholesale reform of Anjani society. And right now, they're not going to get that chance. If we try to negotiate here, they may get the chance to reform.
Can we do more than inform the Injani of the situation and hope they act in their own best interest?
We
I
can't
think-
force them to reform.
We
Yeah, I
can't
think all
change
we can
whether
do
or
is
not
just
they
talk to
go or
them.
not. Yeah, we can't decide for them to whether or not they want to go to war or don't go to war. We just can
And
only
the other,
choose whether we involve ourselves. Wow.
We're all talking over each other. Sorry, Commander, you were saying?
Did anyone have anything else they wanted to say on the situation?
Captain's away at the away at the.
I mean, Prime Directive, if our hands are tied, we're not getting involved in this fight, but I think we should at least inform the Injanti of what's going on, because this crystalline entity has trouble communicating with us. We can act as a diplomat between the situation as best we can as a third party. If you're up to it, Counselor.
I mean, yeah, we have to get at this point. Since we've come this far, we've got to go the distance to avoid genocide.
Don't know.
Tactical reports that you're within range. You're Al Nomad fighter.
Sam is the first.
Okay.
And
Commander Garrix, did you need help on a sensor lock? Was the cloud interfering last time, or do you think you have that sorted out?
Well, I mean, with the fighters towed into our shuttle bay, it's kind of a non-issue.
Yep.
Oh. We're just towing them in, okay.
Yeah. With security teams there.
You wanted aluminium.
I mean, the Victoria is going to be happy.
No, I get first dibs.
And then other than that, figure out what to do with this entity thing.
We need to contact the Injani and try to set up a conference where you can talk with them and I can talk with the entity, and together maybe the two of us and the Admiral or a diplomat can resolve this.
Did it yeah, I was gonna assume they were transported to medical, were beamed on injured.
Does someone want to do that real quick as Fleer?
This Fleur.
Oh, yes.
It is a presence medical difficulty 1 to organize the medical teams to get the El Nomad into medbay. Because right now they haven't touched them because security's maintaining a cordon on them and medical hasn't.
Well, let's not kill people. Try not to.
Okay, well, if we want Fleur to do that, would triage medicine apply?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. What's the difficulty?
1.
And she has conscious medicine, just in case.
Yeah, I'll spend the 1 momentum just in case. Rerolling 0. That's a net of 1.
So you spent 1. And I think you just gained 2, yeah?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, you're able. Fleur's able to get some sorted.
That's my girl.
See.
So, what is your intention?
Going to confer with the admiral. Because if we don't have a time frame, I'd much prefer the Fredericton with diplomats to make this deal. Time's not a. There's a few days. She's probably going to the Fredericton handle this.
Do you want to hail him from the bridge, or are you going to go to his office, talk to him from the ready room?
Probably go to his office.
Okay. So we'll actually scene change here as you go to meet with the admiral, because it takes a little bit of time for him to put aside the other things he was doing with the fleet.
She would ask the counselor to come with her.
Okay.
It's the one that made the contact.
That's the wrong person. Try again. There we go.
Okay, then I won't go. We'll send Wash.
I'm sorry, Captain would go in first, and then done it. All right, Captain, Lieutenant Commander, you wanted to see me?
I do. It seems we may have a challenging diplomatic situation, and I qualified for it. Normal treaties are fine, but there is an entity in that cloud that wishes genocide upon the inhabitants of the moon, the Injani.
For committing genocide themselves.
Yes, apparently the cysts come from an version of, and she puts the screenshots of the entity up on his monitor there.
Okay. Yeah, basically up here, it's a massive briefing display.
And from what the counselor here has said, it's to be left alone. It wants the Injani to leave. I don't think I'm qualified to suggest that to them. Admiral.
Right. Well, shoot. So this cloud, my understanding, this cloud, is the cloud is that this entity, or is it something else, an environment it lives in?
Has it left from touching the cloud from where it was at the edge?
No.
I believe it has some connection to the cloud. What it is yet.
It seems to be able to go wherever this substance in the cloud is, which is why it showed me that its intention to move to the planet is, since it can move to the planet because there's enough material present, I gather. I'm not entirely sure yet.
All right. Very well. So, Captain, you do not believe you'll be able to deploy these probes, and in your opinions, you do not believe that the Atoria should come in to perform testing.
I believe we have been given permission to allocate the navigational buoys having the
Oh,
Itoria
okay.
test? No, sir.
Well, it's not a perfect solution, but if we can't negotiate with them ourselves, we'll leave it to the Fredericton.
Yes, sir.
Very well then. Deploy the rest of the probes. Make sure we don't offend this entity, whatever it is we're going to call it. I'll leave that to your Jilson to figure that out.
Sure he has
Unless they have a
catchy
name for
already.
themselves.
Counselor?
Can you say that again? I was doing something.
Do they have a name for themselves?
No.
All right.
I mean, at first I didn't even think they were sentient, and they seem to be sentient now, so I'm not even convinced that their sentience is 6 hours old yet.
Well, that's interesting. We've managed to make first contact at the moment of distance, except it's able to shoot particle beams at us.
And apparently a detrimental effect on most or telepaths
All
is
right.
actually quite remarkable.
I believe y'all both felt that.
Yeah, I felt that.
Not one of my finest moments.
Unfortunately, I do have a ESPA rating above 0 due to my people being able to see in time. So it's I've never been under psionic attack before. That's usually fairly resistant.
You get used to it.
Yeah,
Sometimes it just happens.
I agree. All right then. Very well. Anything else you want me to pass on to? You just want to handle the briefing with them down the road.
The briefing down the road, Admiral.
Very well. For now, we'll stay in standby near this system until the Fredericton gets here, and then we'll deploy elsewhere to cover the whole to cover their sector.
Oh, one more thing. We have 6 Alno med in our med bay.
Are they still alive?
From the reports I got from the nurse, yes, sir.
Very good. We'll tend to them. I'll reach out diplomatic contact with Armada, and we should be able to ferry them out of the experimental area and back into the hands of the Armada. Did you ever find that carrier?
I don't believe there was one, Admiral. Not in the anomaly.
Is there any chance that at this moment I could ask the anomaly if there's a carrier inside of it?
Yeah, you can totally ask that.
Okay. How do I do that?
Reason con, because you have to explain to it the concept of a starship. Difficulty 2.
Captain Nadal will look at the Admiral and
take a momentum. I'll spend the momentum in a throw.
Is there any way...
Is there anything we need to know, question-wise, so in case I need to increase the complication range?
I mean, if you could ask them to... are you communicating to the Admiral that you're...
Yeah, that I'm willing to engage in more risky telepathic behavior, and if it can get us information we need. Do you need me to ask them anything?
I mean, I'd really like it if we could still do the test with that cloud was perfect for the latest weapon in rotation. If they won't let us, they won't let us. If they will, that saves me having to reassign the Itoria.
You said weapon testing?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to pass on asking that, Admiral. I think that would be in my professional opinion, that's too inflammatory to ask.
I trust your opinion. You've had more contact with him than I have.
So we gain a momentum.
Okay. Is your con the same as your command?
Oh no, it's lower by 2. That's my bad. But that means I would have missed 1, so I would have still gotten 2.
Okay, so you don't get momentum, but you still make it.
Yeah.
The entity doesn't have a memory of the carrier. You go back and forth to make sure it isn't confused about what a starship is or what the shape you're looking for is. Like, you even give a mental image of a ship when you had a briefing when you joined the fleet of what an Al-Nomad carrier looks like. Hence why it was a con roll. You have to remember what it looked like and communicate that. And it thinks about it, and no, it gives you images of your ship. And it goes, that's you. Although it's assuming that you is the ship, not you, the person in it. It doesn't understand that you're separate. And that's another conversation. It has images of the Al-Nomad fighters, but it doesn't know, and it has images of the shuttles that the Ajani use, but it doesn't know it's never seen the carrier before in all its existence of the last 7 hours.
Free question.
A lifetime.
When is the in any of my other questioning, have I been able to at all impart to it an understanding of time?
No, not really. It's just too alien to it. It doesn't understand that there's a passage of time. It barely understands that it's sentient, other than it knows it's a thing. Like, it just it just discovered sentience, and it's slowly discovering. It's not so much that time is alien to it, in so much that it's philosophizing about the concept of time.
Then can it show me the first time it remembers us?
Image of it approaching out of the cloud and you going to help the first fighter.
Okay. I don't have any more questions to ask. What? Oh, yeah. No, Admiral, it's not aware of the ship, the carrier having ever been there, but the first time it remembers us was about 20 minutes ago. So
it might have left since then.
It might have left since then.
You can always ask the Alnomed and Medbay. Coming is a completely different thing.
Well, we know yeah.
Well, let's leave the Al-Nomad to the intel. This has become that is a different issue that I'll deal with.
We did pick them up in what could be classified as a war zone, Admiral, as somewhat combatants. So you have leverage to hold them as long as you need to until this is resolved.
It depends if the Federation wants to maintain the treaty or not, how much it's worth. But I'll talk to my diplomatic attaché that, and I'll let them know that in the manner that they were captured. And in fact, when the Federation meets with us, you can brief. I would actually like you to brief the diplomatic attaché on what you know, and that should give them more. They'll have a better idea on how they want to handle it.
Admiral, might I make one more request? Is there any way that one of the Al-Nomad ships could be, and she uses air quotes, damaged in recovery? And may like a piece of bulkhead, perhaps, of one of the fighters.
As a reminder, they were lost in a war zone. The Alnomad's claim to recovering them is iffy, anyways. At this point, it's basically salvaged.
The Nomad do recognize the idea of salvage. I'll talk to my diplomat about that and see if we can manage to salvage. I don't know if I'll get both, but I might be able to get one of them. I'm pretty sure I can talk them into it. Especially if it's the most damaged one. They won't care to take it back. But they'll want ones that actually are operational or have any chance of being repaired. But I'll do what I can. Can't guarantee anything when it comes to the El Nomad. Although they will appreciate the fact that we didn't let them die, so.
Well, I'm sure Jolson appreciates the effort.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. I think he's getting a lot. He's getting a lot of progress. The rest of the fleet's very interested in his results.
I will see if I can. Yeah.
Anything else to report, officers?
No, sir.
I have something further in private.
Captain, if you have nothing else, you're dismissed.
Yes, sir. And she gets up and leaves. Goes back to the bridge.
Lieutenant Commander?
You asked me more about my opinion of the captain the other day, and I felt it's necessary to inform you a little bit, especially with the actions of today.
Feel free to report then, if you know something.
She is willing to take. She's willing to risk a lot that is not necessarily in Starfleet's best interest, but it seems to pay off.
A sadly popular trait in this fleet.
It's one of those things. You could let her keep doing it as long as she's successful, and she'll probably get a chest full of medals. But the first time she screws up, it's going to be bad for both of you.
Do you believe she's unfit for command? In your medical opinion?
Not as long as she keeps winning. But I've stated in the log my objections to her actions. But that's as far as I have the power to take it at this point. I haven't seen anything that would allow me to push it further.
Very well. Keep a close eye on for the time being. If she is to be relieved, I will keep in mind that you may but I'm going to make efforts on my end to see if I can keep her on the path, as they say. She's a good captain. I hate to waste a perfectly good. It's hard to get anyone who's cleared for any of this, who's willing to come out here anyway.
No, I leave it in your capable hands. And like I said, it's not going to be a problem as long as she keeps winning. She might get your job if she keeps winning.
Yeah, that's Federation for you. Sorry, Starfleet, not the Federation. Well, I was right the first time.
Every captain a Kirk, sir.
Indeed. Then again, I'm not much better. Anything else, Lieutenant Commander? Sorry,
That's
Counselor.
all I had.
Very well. You're dismissed otherwise?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, not a lot of futures ahead of me that don't involve me yelling at. This'll be fun. And with that, the episode is over. as you have achieved as much as you